All right, you and I are about to watch these academy students try leveling up by hunting low-tier demon rats. And nobody gives a cent for Lin Luo. After all, he is just a low-rank healer everyone laughs at. But nobody suspects that his skills have completely mutated. His recovery magic has broken in the most ridiculous, unbelievable way possible. Instead of healing wounds, he now inflicts horrific diseases that instantly melt anything he touches, while others struggle in teams to defeat a single rat. Lin Luo easily wipes them out solo. The monsters drop one after another as he tests his power. Suddenly, a rat tries to ambush him from the bushes, but it ends up with its flesh completely melted away, leaving behind a bare skeleton. Heading deeper into the forest, he leaves a trail of corpses, leveling up faster than anyone in class. But just as he moves forward, a group of guild members suddenly blocks his path. According to them, this hunting zone is theirs, and nobody else is allowed to defeat the monsters here. Now pay attention here, because this is where things get hilarious. He smiles, steps aside, and secretly tests a new skill on them. Out of nowhere, an unbearable stomach pain strikes the guild members. They writhe on the ground as Lin Luo curses them with explosive diarrhea. Their bodies cannot handle the pressure. Some literally go flying, while others have their pants suddenly blow up. Between the stench and the unbearable agony, the monsters show no mercy, tearing them apart in seconds. Then Lin Luo steps up, finishes off the remaining beasts, and takes all the loot. So, how did a healer end up with such absurd powers? It all started when the new class gathered for their awakening ceremony. Tension fills the room as Instructor Lu calls our main character, Lin Luo, to the stage. Being a transmigrator, the young guy walks up the steps with absolute confidence, believing he is the ultimate main character of this world. He expects a legendary combat class to dominate everyone. The moment he places his hand on the awakening crystal, a blinding flash floods the entire room, making everyone believe he scored a top-tier combat class. Unfortunately, reality hits different. When the light fades, a notification reveals Lin Luo is a basic D-tier priest. His smug, victorious face turns to pure horror as he realizes he is stuck with healing and status support. Now, I know what you are thinking. The typical bullying cliché. Yeah, everyone laughs because healers are usually women. So they start calling him Macho Mama to mock him, which absolutely infuriates our main character. Even though his friend, Tin Chang, tries to comfort him, saying healers is essential, the mocking does not stop. This makes Lin Luo completely lose his patience, warning them with a terrifying smile that if they ever need his help, he might just let them bleed out. The threat shuts everyone up real quick. To save some pride, Lin Luo suggests that if they must nickname him, Milk Daddy sounds way better, comparing himself to others. Our guy feels the weight of his low D tier, especially since Tang Chang awakened as a C tier rock knight. Everything shifts when a massive pillar of blue light announces the awakening of the school beauty, Lian Yining. She becomes an A- tier spiritual frost maiden, making her a prime candidate for the country's top universities. Watching her leave amidst falling snowflakes. The young priest cannot help but notice the massive gap between their destinies. However, everything changes when Lin Luo opens his personal status panel. To his surprise, his basic healing skill has mutated into something called the skin rupture technique. Instead of restoring flesh, this technique instantly tears apart the target's skin, ignoring most of their defense. Seeing his magic switch from saving lives to destroying them, he suspects he can mutate any skill he learns, since he actually comes from a very wealthy family. Lin Luo wastes no time and uses his phone to order new skill scrolls. He mentions his mother, who works in the distant sea of stars, and rushes home. He's so focused he misses Lian Yining watching him with concern. That same night, completely safe inside his home, he gets the package and starts learning 2 basic heals. Trust me, you and I are about to watch things get absolutely insane. Alright, let's watch how his dark energy dissolves these scrolls to trigger another mutation, turning his healing spells into a deadly blood fever, triggering a horrific fever combined with his newly amplified pain technique, which doubles any agony his victim feels. Lin Luo smiles at his new dark arsenal, knowing nobody will ever look down on him as a helpless healer again. Right then, a notification snaps him back to reality as he gets added to instructor Li Yu's group chat. The teacher announces they have 10 days to prepare for their final exam. Looking to the future, our main character feels incredibly powerful, ready to show his class what happens when they experience his twisted brand of medicine. The very next day, Lian Yining is hanging out at the school basketball court with a brown-haired friend who notices her sadness and asks if she is worried about Lin Luo. Our female lead immediately denies it, looking away with clear frustration. But her friend does not buy it at all. She warns her that everything changed after the ceremony, since an A-rank professional like her will attend the top university, while Lin Luo just lacks the level. Because of this, she advises her to confess her feelings before the distance between them becomes permanent. But watch closely, because this tense moment is crashed by a blonde guy named Yang Han, who approaches with a ball to congratulate her on her high rank. He is a pretty pushy magic swordsman, but Lian Yining shuts him down immediately. She demands he use her full name and makes it clear her future is none of his business before walking away. Faced with this public rejection, Yang Han's face twists with pure malice. He thinks she shouldn't play hard to get when she secretly writes love letters to a D-rank priest. He vows to show her no mercy in the future, licking his lips with a threatening glare. Meanwhile, the action shifts to the rat demon plains, a hunting zone in the northwest. Lin Luo arrives dressed in white and gold priest robes, thinking it is the perfect spot to test his mutated skills and level up. At the entrance, several armored warriors are shouting out, looking for elite teammates to clear the area, paying them no mind. Our main character ignores everyone. A redhead named Sister Ching approaches him kindly, offering protection since he looks like a helpless rookie. Linluo calmly declines her offer and walks right past, preferring to fight solo, even though her armored companion mocks the kid, claiming his arrogance will get him killed. Sister Qing notices a strange sense of composure and a very steady gaze in the young priest. She eventually drops the subject because her team located a special boss monster and they have to go deep within the plains. Other parties are struggling against the giant rats due to their high attack power. Linluo spots a lone rat behind a tree, understanding why most people choose to hunt in teams. Aiming his staff, he activates his mutation, unleashing a dark blast that tears the monster to shreds instantly. By easily defeating a level 2 beast, he realizes just how lethal his mutated skills really are. He tests his blood fever technique on another rat, watching it shudder to death from internal damage. This solo hunt yields a massive amount of experience, leveling him up and prompting him to assign his stat points. And although his D rank does not grant him as many points as high-tier classes, he dumps everything into intelligence to boost his spells, deciding to test his third skill, amplified pain, on a rat hiding in the bushes. I know what you are thinking, but as those purple rings glow, the rat feels nothing since the spell only doubles pre-existing pain. Since the target was not hurt beforehand, the skill simply had absolutely nothing to multiply. The beast lunges at him, forcing Linluo to cast his tearing spell, blowing it up mid-air. He concludes this debuff is best saved for tanky bosses, hunting level 10 rats for the next 6 days until he reaches level 10 himself. This milestone grants him another skill point, but he finds that his skill tree choices are incredibly bizarre. One icon displays a diseased stomach, which the system labels as acute gastroenteritis. Despite how twisted that sounds for a healer, our protagonist gets curious and decides to learn it right away. Suddenly, a massive level 15 giant rat boss shadows over him, angered that Linluo wiped out its entire pack. The boss slashes with its claws, but Linluo blocks the strike with his staff, counterattacking with a skin-tearing spell that completely bypasses its defense. He stacks his fever and pain-amplifying techniques, leaving the massive beast writhing on the ground in total agony. And trust me, while 10 ordinary pros would struggle with this boss, he's going to end it in a heartbeat. Get ready, because you and I are about to watch him win by just sitting back. But his easy victory gets cut short when a group in purple robes suddenly crashes the party. Their leader claims the Star Sea Guild reserved this zone, threatening to beat down Linluo if he doesn't get lost. Instead of backing down, our main character just grins. As the rat boss fight wraps up, Linluo finds a rock to chill. He calmly watches from the sidelines, while the pros from the Shanghai Union take over the whole fight. But these guild members are seriously struggling, screaming warnings about the boss despite its low health. That's when the captain and a bald guy notice our boy sitting nearby. Even though his presence annoys them, they assume he's just a smart rookie staying out of trouble to stay alive. Noticing their glares, Our hero throws up a mocking peace sign, driving the captain absolutely insane with rage. Since their union is incredibly powerful, the captain figures nobody would be dumb enough to mess with them. So he just focuses his squad on blocking the next big attack. Now pay attention, because things take a wild turn when an Afro-styled member suddenly freezes in pain, clutching his stomach in sheer biological panic. This triggers a massive, explosive eruption right from his pants, literally blasting him forward with insane force. His squad instantly panics, covering their eyes and noses from the horrific sight and the absolute nightmare of a smell. When the bald guy and a female teammate start feeling those same stomach cramps, the captain realizes this is way worse than any gas bomb. Completely distracted by the unbearable stench and the utter chaos taking over his entire squad, the captain loses his focus, letting the giant rat boss lunge straight at him. Meanwhile, Linluo is totally relaxed, enjoying the show, while listening to tunes on his headphones. He stands up as his weapon glows dark purple, laughing as he imagines them all exploding from both ends. With the captain now pale on the ground, suffering in absolute agony, feeling like his guts are going to burst, our main character decides it is finally time to end this. He unleashes a massive blast of red and black energy, triggering his mutated burst and pain techniques. The blast consumes the rat boss and the guild, leaving silence. As the smoke clears, our boy walks through the wrecked ruins to claim his loot. I know what you are thinking. And yeah, he totally let them do all the heavy lifting. By securing the kill, he hits level 11 and gets a massive boost to his basic stats. Checking the loot orbs, he finds rare materials along with a dark black and red skill book. He figures this top-tier loot dropped because he fought solo, which heavily boosts your rare item drop rate. Among the items is a Moon Eye magic ring, which he equips instantly since its mana recovery passive is perfect for a mage. After testing the ring, he turns his full attention to the new skill book named Virus Transmission. Knowing gear skills do not mutate, but active spells do. Learning it transforms the power into a terrifying skill called Black Plague Outbreak. He remembers how that historical plague wiped out millions of people. And he realizes that even at level 1, this mutated skill could rival a forbidden curse. Paired with his pain amplification, his ambition skyrockets, thinking about the lethal plague zones he can now create. Just as he prepares to pack up his materials, the air right in front of him cracks with glowing red energy. A massive gate-shaped portal manifests in the forest, marking the birth of a brand new secret realm called Scarlet Altar. Linluo knows this is a golden ticket, far more profitable and dangerous than any ordinary dungeon, since this realm vanishes once cleared or closed. He knows he needs to make his move fast. He checks the stats and sees it is a high-stakes challenge recommended for levels 10 through 15. Even though running solo is incredibly risky, he decides high risks bring high rewards and steps through the red portal. Meanwhile, Sister Ching and her squad of high-ranking pro players arrive at the very same spot. They are celebrating a highly successful mission, but stop dead in their tracks upon seeing the mysterious gate. While the guys complain that their levels are too high to enter, they suggest selling the coordinates on the black market. But Sister Ching has a different plan, wanting to gift this rare realm to her niece who just hit level 10. But guess what? The portal is already active, which means someone else got there first. Inside the realm, our heroes spawns in a dark cave packed with crimson altars and blue-skinned lizard men. The system commands him to wipe out all monsters and destroy every altar. Come along with me as our main character analyzes these lizard men, realizing they are way stronger and more durable than those rats from before, since they have an incredibly sharp sense of smell. The monsters detect him instantly and attack with their hammers. Lin Luo quickly casts Skin Explosion and Acute Gastroenteritis, causing them to swell and leak fluids. But the cave has such terrible ventilation that the resulting stench nearly makes our hero throw up. He realizes that casting gastroenteritis in a closed space is a major mistake, since he might end up suffocating himself. Determined to adapt, he readies his staff to test a completely different strategy for the rest of the cave. Outside the red portal, Sister Ching waits beside 2 rows of masked bodyguards standing firmly at attention, wanting to help her niece level up. Sister Ching encourages Lin Yining to enter as a birthday present. The young girl arrives in her school gym uniform with a glowing white kitten she found in the woods, believing it will be a great healing companion. Sister Ching explains that she specifically chose these level 15 bodyguards to ensure a safe and highly profitable raid, even though Lin Yining would prefer to choose her own teammates. She finds it hard to reject her aunt's kindness and prepares to enter. But pay close attention here, because their plan fails immediately, as the guards promised to protect her with their lives. Lian Yining leaps toward the portal, but a barrier violently repels her. A guard checks the entrance and discovers that someone has already entered the secret realm, blocking access for everyone else. Sister Ching is visibly annoyed by this, assuming some reckless rookie must have stumbled in there by pure accident, while she hopes the intruder dies quickly so they can enter. Lian Yining looks back in absolute shock, wondering who managed to beat them to it. Deep inside the cave, we see Lin Luo, who just eliminated a level 15 demonic lizard. Since the monster fur is a high-level resident of the secret realm, it grants him a massive amount of experience, boosting him to level 12 as he reflects on his new Black Death skill, noting that while it might be ineffective in open spaces where monsters are scattered, this enclosed cave is the perfect stage to unleash an absolute biological disaster. The poor ventilation and massive crowd of lizardmen allow him to transform the entire cavern into a giant infected zone, since he cannot risk fighting dozens of lizardmen at once. He decides he needs a carrier to spread the virus. He spots an elite white-skinned lizard with heavy chains, the ideal target due to its high defense but incredibly low magic resistance. Lin Luo casts his Black Death Outbreak on the creature, causing dark veins to burst all across its muscles. As the infected elite returns to its usual patrol, its confused subordinates approach. Completely unaware, they are exposing themselves to a highly lethal plague. I know what you're thinking. And yes, the monster's terrible hygiene makes this virus spread like wildfire while he watches from the shadows. Now that he feels the infection has spread to every single corner of the cave, he decides the moment has arrived. He raises his staff and unleashes a massive detonation, exploding every single monster in a flash of blinding energy. The cave instantly fills with constant notifications of lizardmen dropping dead, and the massive wave of experience boosts Lin Luo 6 levels in a row, reaching level 16. He is thrilled with how efficient his mutated skills are, knowing that solo clearing this secret realm gives him a massive advantage. Approaching the stone altar to complete the quest, he runs right into a giant lizard priest. At first he thinks it is a survivor, but soon realizes he is facing a Silver Lord rank boss, the Scarlet Lizard Priest. Since the boss is already wounded and trying to cast a healing spell, Lin Luo decides to show absolutely no mercy. He launches a rapid barrage of his most painful mutations, including skin explosion, blood fever, and acute gastroenteritis. The boss collapses to his knees from the intense combined agony, struggling desperately to breathe. Just as our protagonist is about to destroy the altar to finish the job, a terrifying shift occurs. A geyser of dark energy erupts from the fallen boss, and the spirits of dead lizards fly back toward his corpse. These spectral forms fuse with the body, causing it to grow and mutate into a much more powerful entity. The resulting creature, a white lizard priest with a frenzy mutation, rises before him with a massive boost in strength. And trust me, you and I know that the true final trial of this scarlet altar is just beginning. He stands exhausted at the base of the altar, as the giant, mutated frenzy lizard priest towers over him. All right, get ready, because watching this broken warrior mage hybrid boss makes it pretty clear that Lin Luo is totally cooked. To make matters worse, his energy is completely depleted, leaving him unable to cast a single skill. The mutant priest roars with savage fury and lunges forward to tear him apart. Luckily, he dodges those massive claws by a hair. That buys him just enough time to grab a blue mana potion from his bag. Knowing there is absolutely no way to win without restoring his magic. But the boss does not give him a second to breathe. Charging forward at full speed, that sudden slam sends Lin Luo flying back before he can even finish drinking the potion. Since he only managed a tiny sip, the guy is left frustrated, struggling to keep his balance. Then the lizard raises his staff and activates a bloodbind, trapping our hero in threads of crimson energy. Gritting his teeth, the young priest focuses his remaining energy into his wooden staff, unleashing a purple wave. Now pay attention here, because even though the boss jumps to dodge it, Lin Luo is actually relieved. The monster was never his actual target. This distraction was exactly the chance he needed to finish off that mana potion. As dark energy seeps into the lizard men corpses scattered across the room, the ground begins to shake. Lin Luo stands tall with his mana fully restored, even though his health bar is dangerously in the red. The boss has no clue how a human recovered so quickly, but Lin Luo explains his real strategy depended on the environment. He reveals that while they fought, he was quietly infecting every single nearby corpse with his virus. With all those bodies charged with lethal energy, he decides to dump his entire mana pool into one final, devastating move. He triggers a massive flesh explosion, flooding the center of the cavern with violent eyes wound, crimson energy. No matter how strong this mutant boss is, he cannot survive the pressure of the infected flesh virus raining down on him. The brutal blast shatters the creature's defenses, taking it out in an instant. A flood of notifications confirms the kill, granting him a massive jump to level 20, along with several attribute and skill points. Checking the glowing loot, he is thrilled to find a gold-tier Crimson Fury staff and a meteorite hammer. The hammer is useless to him, but the staff boosts his spirit and crit rate. Now, here is where it gets crazy as he opens his tree. He discovers a bizarre power called the Alzheimer's technique, which forces enemies to forget their skills or freeze in place. Even though the name feels like a joke, he learns it alongside the influenza virus skills to boost his arsenal, with tons of monster materials still scattered all over the place. He uses his new summon to bring out 2 spectral lizard warriors. He puts them to work collecting the loot to sell later. Right before leaving, he spots a rare demonized rune floating above the altar. He instantly knows this upgradable item is probably the biggest reward in this entire secret realm. Upon grabbing the rune, a quest complete screen pops up, granting him a perfect clear reward. This reward includes 100,000 experience points, 10,000 coins, and a resurrection cross. Thanks to this massive experience boost, he gains 4 more levels, reaching level 24, outside the portal. Sister Qing and Lin Yining wait with their guards. Seeing the portal vibrate, the guards assume a defeated party is running for their lives, but their jaws drop when a single, heavily beaten up person emerges. Sister Qing feels pity, assuming his entire team died inside, and tries offering hollow words of comfort, telling him to stay strong. Lin Yining runs over in complete disbelief, asking him what happened to his teammates. Lin Luo calmly explains that he went in totally solo, making the guards mutter that he is a cocky liar trying to trick the lady. Ignoring their doubts, Lin Luo simply turns around to go sell his new items for some good cash. Lin Yining follows him while the guards mock him. But everything changes in an instant as the red portal starts shrinking. Sister Qing watches in absolute shock as the realm's portal completely vanishes from sight. She finally realizes these gateways only disappear when cleared, proving this young priest conquered the entire dungeon all by himself. Deep in the forest, Lin Yining sprints to catch up with Lin Luo, who keeps walking away. She yells desperately for him to wait, explaining that even if her aunt's bodyguards doubt him, She blindly believes in his power and knows full well he cleared the whole dungeon without any help. Our protagonist stops, and looking as indifferent as ever, tells her he does not give a damn about anyone else's opinion. Relieved by his calm response, she asks to team up for the next school exam. What do you think? Will he accept? Get ready, because you and I are about to watch a brutal exam, mixing deadly solo duels and team raids. Teams of 3 must conquer the trial tower's dangerous floors to secure a spot at the nation's absolute best universities. Still, Linlo hesitates, reminding her that a basic D-rank priest like him stands 0 chance against elite tier pros. But Leon Yining begs him, pleading that she only wants to team up with someone she truly trusts. Finding it impossible to turn down such a sincere plea, our main character finally accepts her offer. Later that night, we see Lin Luo chilling out peacefully on his living room couch. After selling off extra dungeon loot and gathering monster drops, he managed to save over 50,000 gold coins. Thanks to an amazing exchange rate that is worth over 500,000 yuan. That is way more than his mother makes in a whole year, proving the massive wealth gap among professional hunters. Suddenly, the peace shatters when Tang Chong bursts in terrified, thinking his best friend vanished right after his awakening ceremony. To calm him down, Lin Luo points to a heavy steel chest containing a bronze sword and matching armor. Tang Chong is completely blown away by the expensive gear, joking that he will call him Daddy from now on. After shoving his friend away and rejecting that ridiculous new nickname, pay attention here, our hero tells him to gear up, because they are shooting straight for the top 10 academies. Meanwhile, at the Lin Mansion, a heated argument erupts between Leon Yining and her incredibly strict father. The man is furious that she threw away a guaranteed victory by rejecting the S-rank Dongfang family heir, even though she argues that Lin Luo is a literal genius who cleared a secret dungeon all by himself. Her father brushes it off as a childish lie, believing a mere D-rank priest could never pull off something so legendary. Luckily, Sister Qing steps in to confirm she witnessed the boy's incredible power herself, finally forcing the father to back down. The story skips forward to exam day, right outside the massive, towering trial arena, a structure rising above a giant waterfall, where reporter Bing Bing explains this 999-floor tower is a divine gift. Legend says that reaching the 1,000th floor will grant you godlike powers, while average prodigies only dream of hitting floor 20. The summit is ruled by S-rank powerhouses like Murong Shahan, the angel and dragon rider Dongfang Hai. Out in the crowded plaza, Tang Chong is panicking about their mystery teammate, terrified they will be monster bait. But check this out, all his worries vanish when the most stunning girl in school joins their team, not far away. Dongfang watches them with a freezing glare, bitter over her rejection. He summons a student named Yang Han, forcing him to join his squad instantly. As an A-rank magic swordsman, he is a perfect fit, even if he must abandon his old friends to serve the arrogant noble. Dongfang He mocks Lian Yining's absolute foolishness, claiming the only woman worthy of his respect is the elite Murong Shahan. At the tower gates, Murong Shuhan spots Lin Luo's unusual squad but decides to keep her eyes on the prize. She is not just aiming for a high score, she wants that legendary artifact waiting at the very top. Suddenly, a massive beam of light signals the start of the trial, instantly teleporting all the students inside. Lin Lu and his team materialize inside a dark, rocky wasteland. When demonic beasts ambush them, Lin Luo prepares to fight. But Lian Yanning quickly shifts into her powerful ice spirit form. She launches a devastating spell that freezes the entire charging horde into solid glass. She calmly tells our main character to stay back so she can protect him. This leaves the young priest standing awkwardly behind with his staff. Annoyed his big entrance got completely stolen. The colossal testing tower looms in the distance as its floors begin glowing gold to start the exam. Up in the observation room, the instructors watch the holographic leaderboard, knowing everyone is pushing past their limit since their ultimate score depends on how many floors they clear in 12 hours, with teams already clearing floor 7. Trust me, you and I are going to love what happens next. All right. You and I are about to watch these examiners lose their minds seeing Lin Yining's team take third place, right behind elites Dongfang He and Marangu Hen, as our white-haired ice mage gets ready to jump into battle. We see Lin Luo just sitting there lazily against a rock in the background. This has viewers calling him a total freeloader, assuming he is just riding on his teammates' hard work. Lin Luo looks at the exhausted Lin Yining and casually tells her that, as a healingless priest, he can only offer health potions. He even claims these weak monsters are not worth his time, so she immediately orders him to stay back for safety. Meanwhile, instructors watching the stream identify her as the daughter of the prestigious Lin family and a hidden Class A rank professional. They feel jealous that a guy like Lin Luo and a basic knight like Tang Cheng get to rely on such a talented girl. They predict that even though her raw strength dragged them up to floor 10, she will soon hit her limit because of those two deadweights. Meanwhile, Sister Ching sips her tea and mocks their comments. Watch closely here. She knows that the guy who cleared a secret realm all alone is no useless weakling. She secretly hopes her niece is bold enough to pursue him. 3 hours later, the courtyard is packed with wounded students on stretchers begging for medical aid. As they climb higher up the tower, more applicants get brutally injured or eliminated by increasingly powerful monsters. Upper floor beasts are so destructive they shatter the cameras, meaning there is no footage past floor 15. This lack of cameras actually helps candidates hide their best skills for the upcoming solo duels. Soon, observers notice that Lin Yining's team has dropped hard to 37th place, seemingly proving their point that she cannot hold a high rank while carrying two useless freeloaders. On floor 19, a desert of sharp ice, Lin Yining and Tang Cheng collapse against the peaks, gasping for air. She fears she has finally hit her absolute limit. While Tang Cheng praises her for dragging their team all the way to this terrifyingly high floor. Right then, a completely clean and relaxed Lin Luo walks past them toward the center, calmly announcing that he is taking over. Tang Cheng is left totally confused by this shift, but Lin Yining tells him to check Lin Luo's status window. You are not going to believe this, our main character is actually level 26. An insanely high level that completely destroys the records of every other student here. When Tang Cheng asks if he really cleared the secret realm alone, the priest just points to the high-tier gear he gifted him as proof. Lin Luo spots a frozen monster nearby and asks the mage if she can thaw it out just a bit. He explains his plan. Since they live in packs, one terrified survivor will run straight back to fetch its entire horde. Our main character smiles confidently, telling them to prepare for an epic level up. Once freed, the creature roars in confusion and flees. Suddenly, the ground begins to violently shake. But this is far more than just a few simple reinforcements. A massive horde of dozens of monsters, including goblins, comes surging over the hills right at them. Tang notes they had already cleared this entire surrounding area, so these beasts should not even be here. Lin Luo glances up at a distant cliff, spotting 3 shady figures who deliberately lured the beasts here to sabotage them. As a monster lunges at the overwhelmed girl, a devastating burst of raw energy explodes out of nowhere to protect her. Lin Luo steps forward, suddenly summoning a squad of fierce, red-skinned lizardmen to fight by his side. Pointing his staff, he orders his warriors to charge, letting his summons shred the enemy horde without breaking a sweat, while his friends watch in shock, assuming this is all just the power of some special item. He raises his staff as a crimson aura explodes around him, unleashing his devastating Black Plague burst. A colossal dome of brilliant white energy erupts from his weapon, engulfing the area and instantly vaporizing dozens of monsters. As endless experience alerts flood the screen, Lin Yining and Tang Cheng stand frozen in the empty, silent wasteland. Tang Cheng finally realizes his friend was not joking about letting them leech experience, but Lin Luo is not done yet. He concentrates a powerful sphere of energy in his hand and slams it against the ground, unleashing a shock wave across the entire mountain range to ensure absolutely no creature on this floor survives. The aftermath of Lin Luo's attack leaves mountains of bare goblin corpses dissolving into traces of green energy after the massacre. And that is where we leave things today, watching them crush level 20 beasts while leaving us begging for more. Come along with me and watch Tang Chong freeze up completely. He can barely process how fast they are multiplying. Facing this devastating display of power, a confused Lin Yining asks our main character if he has some massive area of effect poison skill. Lin Luo calm clarifies that his ability is highly contagious, catching her attention immediately. The spiritual frost maiden analyzes the scene, noting that since these are toxin-resistant bear goblins, this power must be something way more deadly than a simple poison. Lin Luo praises her sharp intellect, confirming he is using a disease skill, not a chemical. He explains that his mutation allows him to implant a virus that infects enemy cells instantly. As the virus spreads from host to host, every fallen goblin now houses billions of pathogens. He points out that, with so many infected monsters, the viral load reached a critical tipping point where quantity triggered a complete shift in quality. Consequently, a thick green cloud of toxic viral miasma has spread across the entire tower floor. This terrifying revelation makes Tang Chang break into a cold sweat, fearing the virus will consume him too. Fortunately, an amused Lin Luo assures him that he is actively controlling the spread to protect his allies. But his gaze turns icy cold, knowing those who are not on his side will not be so lucky. The scene shifts to the three saboteurs were running for their lives through another section of the massive tower, mocking how Lin Luo's team has surely been eaten alive. Their leader demands they run faster, planning to reach this next floor in 10 minutes. Now pay attention here, because their arrogance completely vanishes as the sky turns pitch black. What is going on? They look up in absolute terror as a massive dark shadow descends from above, crushing the trees right toward them. The dark miasma quickly swallows the trio, leaving them coughing violently as they desperately gasp for a breath of air, with veins bulging across her skin. The female student screams in agony from a sudden, agonizingly painful headache. Their leader collapses as the black plague consumes him, realizing he must forfeit the exam right now or die from the infection. Outside the tower, instructors debate the candidate's potential. A high-ranking bald officer mentions the previous record was 26 floors. But this year's 4 S-rank professionals might actually make it to floor 28. The officers desperately hope this new generation grows strong quickly. Given the rise of monster activity in distant zones and the death of a legendary veteran, they even discuss the decision to offer a rare world item as the grand prize for first place, clarifying that while it is a generous reward, the item is heavily damaged and useless to high-level professionals. Their conversation is cut short when the bald instructor spots a strange yellow and orange glow rising from floor 19. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. It's real, a dense, deadly poisonous fog is pouring out from there. At the exit, multiple collapsed students teleport out, screaming for medical help as their antidotes fail to cure a strange, mysterious sickness. A doctor examines the escapees and confirms they all fled from floor 19, while an officer is confused since toxic monsters belong on floor 26. The doctor notes these symptoms do not match normal poisoning. On the contrary, their status bars reveal that the candidates are suffering from a viral disease. One instructor spots dark spots on the victims and realizes in horror a plague has broken out. Since the only monster capable of spreading this kind of plague is usually found on floor 50, the instructor begins to suspect that all of this chaos is Lin Luo's doing. Despite the extreme danger, the instructors feel relieved. Knowing that many elite candidates, especially the S ranks, have already cleared floor 19 and are completely safe up on floor 26, Dongfang, his team pushes through a graveyard of insect monsters while protected by a solid barrier. Yang Han praises the young master for using his family's intelligence network to bring specialized items that neutralize the local threats. Dongfang, he remains fully determined to shatter the record by reaching floor 28. Though he admits rivals like Murong Shuhan are probably keeping pace right behind him. He looks at the horizon with pity, already feeling like victory is in his hands. Meanwhile, Murong Shuhan's team struggles on another floor, completely surrounded by hundreds of rock monsters, targeting only them. As her team panics, Sister Mayfi fakes being exhausted, and trust me, you and I want to see what happens next. Get ready, because we are watching Sim the Spirit lead the charge, thanking her friend for letting her save up all of her strength. Suddenly, Sister May confesses her betrayal, admitting she coated their bodies in a special honey that attracts highly aggressive monsters. Murong Shuhan and her partner freeze completely, unable to understand why she would do something so absolutely terrible. May's face twists with jealousy and rage as she screams that Murong was born with everything, from beauty to a rank S profession, confessing her secret deal with Dongfang Hai, who promised to marry her and bring her into his elite family if she helped him win the championship. She shamelessly begs Murong to sacrifice herself in the name of their so-called friendship, fully convinced that this is her only chance to finally win something in life. Although her partner yells in pure fury over the betrayal, Sister May refuses to listen, claiming warnings about Dongfang Hai's lies are just pure jealousy. Murong Shuhan looks at her former friend with a mix of pity and coldness before choosing her next move. Instead of fighting through the horde, she prepares to leave the tower. Knowing they have already qualified for the individual rounds, she rises majestically on divine wings, determined to steal the throne from Dongfang Hai during the final battles. This is where we must watch closely. Our trio stands before the rocky entrance of floor 20, which looks like a giant mouth with glowing purple eyes. Tongs is super hyped because tagging along with Lin Luo makes climbing a total breeze, racking up experience at an insane speed. Lin Luo stays completely calm and reminds as his friend that the real work is only just beginning, suggesting they push straight to the next level before the monsters even have time to respawn. This confidence leads Tong Chong to joke about hitting floor 50 just for kicks. But a much more analytical Leon Yinings notes that while these skills are efficient, they must have a limit, likely tied to magic power or the high defense stats of stronger monsters. Our main character agrees with her analysis, explaining that his skills specialize in tight, enclosed spaces like secret realms where enemies crowd together. He admits that in wide open areas with heavy air circulation, the spread of his viral contagion drops significantly. This prompts the school queen to bring up another concern regarding the collateral damage of his massive range, since the plague spreads so far. Other candidates would get caught in the crossfire, ruining their high scores and breeding serious resentment. I know what you are thinking, but our main character just smiles and wonders why he should even care about offending others. He explains his harsh philosophy in a world of constant struggle. You have to fight with everything to survive. And if these pros cannot handle a tiny setback like this, they stand zero chance against real monsters or aliens. This bold stance deeply inspires his teammates, who promise to stand by him as they step through the portal to the next level. The team arrives on floor 20, a tropical landscape packed with palm trees and terrifying reptilian beasts. To kick off the action, massive boulders rain from the sky as Tang Chong activates a wide-range taunting technique. He acts completely unhinged, making rude gestures at the monsters to draw all of their burning rage onto himself. This causes a massive horde of flying insects and land beasts to chase him straight back to his waiting group. Running for his life at top speed, Tang Kong Chong bid them to finally unleash the deadly virus, while Lin Luo jokes that his new gear is so tough. Any monster that tries to swallow him will end up constipated. As a beast leaps at the boy, Leon Yinning steps in with an icy barrier, using her frost magic to keep him safe. She is determined not to let anyone touch her ally as a colossal army advances rapidly from the horizon. Feeling completely indifferent, Lin Luo finally raises his staff and unleashes a giant column of dark energy called Black Plague Outbreak, vaporizing everything in its path. Outside the tower, heavy tension fills the air as officials watch the leaderboard, noting that Dongfang Hai and a swordsman reached floor 27. While they celebrate the rise of these prodigies, they feel disappointed that Murung Shuhan stopped at floor 26. Several instructors wonder if she suffered some kind of serious accident, but others believe that setbacks are necessary for a true genius to mature. Comparing her situation to legendary figures of humble origins who rose despite attacks from envious rivals. But do not look away now, because all this chatter gets interrupted as a panicked guard reports a mysterious poison cloud rising at high speed in just 4 short hours. All right, get ready, because a deadly miasma just wiped out everything up to floor 24, leaving less than 100 elites alive. Officials suspect this isn't some natural boss, but a disaster triggered by the fallen traitorous cultists worshipping space demons who only want to destroy everything. They fear these cultists are targeting S-rank professionals, but with the tower locked down for exams, all they can do is pray that the students survive the onslaught. Back on floor 26, our group steps through a blue portal after wrapping up another successful hunt. Tang Chong celebrates hitting level 20 in record time, while Leon Yining finally reaches level 25. When asked about his progress, Lin Luo admits he is already level 30, unlocking 4 new skills that completely stun him because of how bizarre they are, which include reproductive arousal, genital warts, spreading gonorrhea, and a syphilis outbreak. While he initially wonders if he can swap these twisted mutations for normal skills, he ultimately grins with a wicked joy and decides to learn every single one of them. His creepy expression terrifies his friends, and when Lian Yining asks what he learned, he warns her she is better off not knowing. Changing the subject, she mentions that reaching level 30 means she can finally undergo her second class change. But our protagonist does not need to wait. He already has a hidden class change book from his previous Secret Realm adventure. As he activates the item, a crimson ritual circle glows behind him. Two rare hidden options float in front of him, forcing him to choose between becoming an S-rank malicious doctor or a Dark Lord. The first option is Dark Lord, an undead class offering massive power, but it would turn him into a skeleton and ruin his charisma forever. Lin Luo rejects it instantly since he refuses to lose his human look, and it just does not match his current build. Luckily, the second card reveals the malicious doctor class, which instantly gets him excited. This class specializes in reckless surgeries that trigger random debuffs or forced organ transplants. Now think about how crazy that is. It is like a loot box where he gets all the fun while his enemies face terrible consequences. Choosing the malicious doctor path. A system notification confirms his change and grants him a unique hidden quest called Silver Heart. To complete it, he must defeat a silver rank humanoid boss and take its heart within a 1-month limit. Realizing the high stakes, Lin Luo meets his party near a portal to explain they need to go their separate ways. Both Lian Yining and Tang Chong are shocked and instantly offer to help, but Lin Luo declines. He explains that finding an unclaimed silver-rank humanoid boss is almost impossible with top guilds hogging them, leaving the floor 30 boss as his only real option. He insists on going alone, knowing a party of 3 would draw way too much attention on such a lethal floor. He refuses to risk their lives in a battle this dangerous. Tang accepts the decision, admitting they already made a fortune reaching floor 26 thanks to Lin Luo dragging them along. But as he turns to leave, wait. Watch closely. Lian Yining stops him, grabbing his hand. She begs him to take her substitution doll, a rare item capable of tanking a single fatal blow. Though he tries to decline, knowing her family gave it to protect her. She blushes and confesses that his safety means everything to her, even if they are just friends. She was right on the edge of confessing her love, but manages to hold herself back. Quickly, she teleports away with Tang Chong before things can get any more awkward. Left alone, the young cleric reflects on how incredibly precious her gift is while preparing to ascend the tower by himself. Moving up to floor 27, the zone has transformed into an absolute nightmare, crawling with skeletal hellhounds. A group of students led by Yang Haran fights desperately to survive this elite swarm, terrified they will die if they do not escape soon. Midway through the chaos, they cross paths with Dongfang Hai and another student named Ponchen. Despite being rivals, they agree to work together to conserve strength while towards the one his at lava lake. Teaming up, they unleash a spectacular display of magic and sword strikes to tear through the pack. As they reach the edge, a massive Hound King bursts from the lava. Roaring with fury, Yang Hin backs away terrified, wondering why it woke up so early. Panchand realizes that Dong Fang's pet dragon is the one who lured the boss over, since it shares the fire element and looks like the perfect snack for this evolving beast. Instead of fleeing, they both leap into the air for an epic clash of lightning and fire. Trust me, you and I do not want to miss this next part. Come along with me outside the tower. Lian Yining is still floating on cloud 9 after holding Lin Luo's hand. Tang notices her blushing and teases her instantly, teasingly calling her his official sister-in-law. As she protests, Tang Qing reveals he found the old love letter she wrote to Lin Luo years ago in her drawer. He explains that back then, Lin Luo was struggling with strange thoughts of returning to another world through dreams, leaving him unable to reply. Hearing this, our ice princess finally understands his long absence that year, connecting the pieces. But their talk cuts short when they see a bloody, exhausted Yang Han finally stumbling out of the tower. As the blonde tries to rush over to Lian Yining in concern, Tang Qing furiously blocks his path. The knight snaps at him to stay away from his sister-in-law, leaving Yang Han completely shell-shocked to learn the school beauty is taken. Tang Chong decides to avoid a scene and asks Lian Yining to head over to Lin Luo's waiting area instead. This dismissive attitude makes now pay close attention. Yang Han's face twists with pure rage as he demands to know when she joined a D-Ranks family. Tang Chong snickers at the furious student, pointing out just how glaringly obvious their close bond really is. Lian Yining turns away shyly, warning Yang Han she will take action if he keeps shouting. As they walk off, the villain boils with fury in the plaza. Unable to accept that a healer he views as absolute trash has her respect, while he only makes her angry, fueled by his massive ego. Yang Han points an accusing finger, screaming that a D-rank healer will never compare to him. This insult makes Lian Yining press an ice blade tart to his neck while Tang Qing grabs his wrist. The knight dares Yang Han to open his eyes and check the board, which reveals Lin Luo is already on the 27th floor. This leaves the arrogant student trembling in disbelief, unable to grasp how a mere healer climbed so high alone, let alone guide an entire squad to floor 26. The surrounding crowd of students begins whispering in complete shock, wondering how a simple support class can compete with S-rank pros. Many suspect foul play, but others wonder if this healer was the true muscle behind that squad all along. The commotion draws the city guards, who coldly inform Yang Han that the deputy commander demands his presence immediately. Get ready, because next we see the boy standing nervously in a massive hall before the most powerful elders and officials. Though utterly intimidated by these high-ranking figures, he listens closely as they ask if he noticed any poisonous fog while retreating. Yang Han explains he saw no such fog. but reports that the Hellhound King awakened early and his squad wounded it before it managed to escape. The officials analyze this and realize his squad never encountered the plague, suggesting the Black Death is not a natural tower phenomenon. They begin to suspect the plague was unleashed by a specific challenger or a member of the fallen cult. The discussion is cut short when a masked guard rushes in to report that the virus has stopped on floor 26. Furthermore, she reveals that a new challenger named Lin Luo has successfully reached the 27th floor. News of a D-rank healer pulling off this feat shocks the council, as they deem it impossible to climb like this without a powerful guide, knowing he teamed up with the daughter of the Leon family. The officials initially assume she carried him through. But they soon realize not even an A-rank student could reach floor 27 under these brutal conditions. Yang Han interrupts, wild with jealousy, insisting that Lin Luo is a fraud who must be punished for this impossible breakthrough. One of the older officials remains calm, pointing out that while special items help against monsters, they are not enough to explain such a massive feat. The council decides it is too early to label him a cultist, but they agree a thorough investigation into Lin Luo's past is necessary. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the private chambers of Sister Qing, who has summoned her niece for a quiet chat. The aunt winks, revealing she has already figured out that the Black Death is actually one of Lin Luo's hidden skills. She explains that with everyone poisoned from floors 19 to 25 except them, and knowing the boy's secret dungeon history, the culprit is obvious. Sister Qing warns a deeply pale and shaken Lian Yining that once the chaos settles, people will inevitably point to Lin Luo as the source of the plague. Since many infected students belong to influential families who lost their ranks because of him, and believe me, Lian Yining is terrified they will target her friend, immediately seeking any way possible to protect him. All right, let's jump right in as Sister Qing points to her niece, claiming she is the only one who can fix this. She lays out a secret plan that they must hide completely from the girl's father, calling him a fool who always interferes. Despite her blushing, embarrassed face, the school beauty presses her hands to her chest with absolute determination. She firmly declares that she will do whatever it takes to keep Lin Luo safe and sound. Now back to our main character, who stands on the 27th floor, watching hellhounds behave very strangely due to his reproductive arousal skill. Lin Luo realizes this bizarre weakness is surprisingly effective at distracting beasts, until a massive geyser of fire suddenly ruins the whole show. Out of the flames roars the dark-skinned Hound King in pure rage, shocking our hero since this boss is usually totally inactive. Looking closer, he spots deep, glowing red wounds and severe cuts covering its entire body. He realizes another team wounded this boss, forcing it to hide in the lava to heal, but now it wants payback on him. With total confidence, Lin Luo raises his staff glowing with bright green energy, ready to finish off a boss that is already on its last legs. Just as the beast charges up red energy in its mouth to attack. Our guy steps in and casts his Alzheimer's skill. The spell hits the monster right in the head, causing its powerful magic attack to fizzle out into thin air. Since this mutation forces monsters to forget their own skills, it triggers a magical backlash that leaves the king completely wide open. Determined to crush the beast while it is down, Lin Luo unleashes a devastating combo of skin explosion, blood fever, and pain amplification, a brutal chain of pure torture reserved only for giant bosses. Now pay close attention here, because the Hound King shrieks in agony as its skin cracks apart from the forced mutations. But despite the massive damage, it lets out a weak growl. Shockingly, the beast spins around and leaps away to escape. He thinks the hound will trigger its rage mode, but quickly realizes the clever beast was only faking to make a run for it. Obviously, Lin Luo won't let his prey slide, blasting it with purple energy to cause instant mental confusion. As the blast hits, the Hound King is left completely dazed and disoriented, losing all authority over his pack. The pack gets confused and turns on him with wild fury, shredding their own leader in a fiery explosion. With the boss dead, a system alert pops up confirming Lin Luo reached level 31, scoring a heap of experience and precious skill points. He loots the corpse and finds valuable magic crystals, a flame shield scroll, and a silver rank blazing dagger. He is thrilled with this haul, knowing almost nobody ever defeats this boss because of its annoying habit of running away, staring up at the burning sky. Our hero realizes he only has 2 hours left before this entire exam comes to an end. He locks his eyes on a distant portal, knowing he must reach the 30th floor immediately to complete his class change. Meanwhile, let's look at this crazy turn of events. At a luxury hotel, Meringue Shuhan gets word that her ex-partner Li Mei has vanished. She isn't shocked at all, calling the girl incredibly naive for ever trying to betray her. For that disloyalty, she orders Li Mei's family ruined financially and kicked out of the city within 3 days. When her assistant offers a ranking update, Meringue brushes it off at first, assuming Dongfang Hai is leading as usual. But she is absolutely stunned to find a D-rank priest named Lin Luo on floor 28 alongside S-rank heirs. She remembers seeing him with Lian Yining and instantly connects the dots about that mysterious toxic mist inside the tower. She suspects the virus was actually Lin Luo's doing and thinks about Lian Yining's incredibly sharp judgment, realizing she saw massive potential in that mysterious young man. While her assistant doubts if a mere healer is a real threat, Meringue Shuhan smiles deviously, knowing a basic virus has its limits. But seeing that this priest has so many tricks up his sleeve only makes her more excited for the competition. Outside the trial tower, a massive crowd of students stares up at the leaderboard in total disbelief, since a simple support class made it to floor 28 all alone. Everyone assumes he is cheating, using high-tier gear handed down by the powerful Lian family. Even though Lian Yining tries to defend his honor, Tongqing tells her it is not worth arguing with people who refuse to face reality. But you and I know that. At this rate, our main character will do way more than just break Benhai's record. Stick with me to see if our guy can crush the capital's top geniuses and claim the crown. When a curious Lian Yining asks if the capital's elites are really that strong, Sister Qing completely confirms it. She explains that while their local record is 26 floors, someone in the imperial capital reached floor 29. That legendary record belongs to Young M, a famous necromancer who originally came from Binhai City. Unfortunately, a tragedy struck the Young family years ago, forcing them to flee and become vassals for other clans. Lian Yining mentions the name sounds familiar, but Sister Qing quickly shuts it down to keep the past buried. The instructor surprises them both by mentioning that if our hero keeps up this incredible pace, he will win the champion reward called Wonder of the World. Having never heard of this legendary prize, Tang Cheng and Lian Yining are completely shocked. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by instructor Li Yu, who approaches to congratulate them for hitting floor 26. Though her tone turns serious as she warns them to be extremely careful, due to their impossible progress, the Department of Education and the City Council, alongside several powerful families, are aggressively digging up information on them. Tang Cheng gives a confident thumbs up, explaining that Lin Luo already planned for this and told them to blame everything on him. Pay close attention here, because on floor 28, the terrain changes to harsh mountains crawling with level 40 harpies and level 42 bloody willows. Dongfeng is slumped on the ground, completely covered in dirt and deep wounds. He struggles to breathe because these monsters are brutal, and his pet dragon almost died in that savage clash. Despite his exhaustion, his stubborn pride keeps him going. He swears to shatter Young M's record and prove that the Dongfeng family is the absolute best in the world, while dragging himself toward the ice-toad territory. A blonde harpy spots him and gears up to attack. Surprisingly, the harpy freezes mid-air and looks away. Dongfeng is utterly confused, wondering if they found someone else. Peering through the trees, he spots a harpy pinned to the dirt, while others are caught by the bloody willow's red tentacles. At first, he thinks the monsters are just fighting each other, but looking closer, the scene is deeply disturbing. The harpies are gagged and bound in vines, looking more like some twisted game than an actual fight to the death. Lin Luo calmly walks onto the scene, his white robes completely spotless and untouched by the chaos, watching hidden right behind a rock. Dongfeng, and I know what you're thinking. This candidate is definitely the one behind this bizarre scene. Our main character watches the monsters calmly, noting his breeding arousal skill is terrifying, since it even works across different species. While he would love to stay and farm experience, while the monsters are distracted, he realizes time is ticking and must move on. Seeing the priest advance, Dongfeng's face twists with murderous intent. He cannot comprehend how a support class has such twisted crowd control, assuming Lin Luo holds a rare hidden class. Driven by his desperate urge to win, the young master decides he cannot let our main character advance any further. He prepares to force his injured pet dragon into one final, desperate battle, determined to be the champion at all costs. The scene shifts to a frozen mountain where level 43 ice-poisoned toads surround a lake. Lin Luo stands at the water's edge, shivering as the temperature plummets to -100 degrees. Since jumping straight into the water means instantly freezing to death, he knows he needs a way to resist this extreme cold. Since priests are basically mages, he decides to use the Flame Shield scroll he snatched from the Hellhound King. As he prepares to learn this defensive spell, he wonders what kind of dark mutation this fire magic will transform into. The process triggers a dark mutation, granting him the penicillin phage antibody shield as a passive mutant skill. It begins devouring the elemental power of the Sub-Zero environment, generating permanent cold antibodies for his body. This instant adaptation makes the cold vanish, letting him realize he can now survive extreme conditions like burning lava or seas of acid. As he treks through the icy landscape to the next floor, Dongfang lags behind, struggling to breathe in the bitter cold, since he lacks Lin Luo's highly unique resistance. He is forced to burn expensive firestones just to keep his body temperature stable. Seeing our main character effortlessly triggers a desperate rage in Dongfang, who forces his baby dragon to swallow a green elixir. Trust me, you and I are about to witness absolute madness. All right. You and I are about to get into one crazy story. This potion doubles a dragon's strength by burning its blood, but drains its life. Obsessed with being the only champion left, the young master orders his pet to launch a surprise attack that looks deadly. As the beast flies into strike, Lin Luo stops cold, completely shocked to see a giant dragon in an area full of ice frogs. He instantly recognizes the creature as the beast belonging to the famous candidate, Dongfang Hai. But since he has no grudge against the guy, he has no idea why they decided to ambush him out of nowhere. Luckily for him, Lin Luo does not waste any time thinking and instantly summons several lizardmen to face the oncoming threat head-on, though the dragon's claws tear his summons apart in an explosion of fire. The sacrifice of his warriors gives him time to analyze the beast's massive defenses. He tries striking back with a skin explosion, but realizing the dragon is way too tanky to defeat quickly, he decides to pivot to a much smarter strategy. Now pay close attention here, because this is key. Our main character channels dark energy, hitting the dragon directly and leaving it totally dazed. This completely scrambles its senses, sending it flying straight back toward its own master, Dongfang. The guy is left frozen in shock as he watches his beloved pet crash hard into the rocks right in front of him, while the master screams out orders, trying to wake the dragon up. Lin Luo climbs a cliff to watch his opponent from above, seeing that the creature's high resistance lets it shake off the mental confusion pretty quickly. Our main character decides to ignore the beast and focus entirely on taking down the arrogant owner. Instead, he vanishes from the cliffside in a blink, appearing right behind Dongfang He to catch him off guard. Even though he is startled, the young master mocks a priest for trying to fight in close combat, swearing that climbing to this floor will be his final mistake. To end this battle, the dragon rider winds up for a devastating punch, sending ice shards exploding in every direction. He leaps into the air, wrapped in yellow energy, launching an ultimate attack that triggers a colossal explosion. Believing he has completely vaporized his rival, Dongfang stands on the scorched earth laughing like a maniac, bragging that no hidden class can ever match his elite rank. You and I probably did not expect this, but his victory turns to pure terror when he sees Lin Luos standing behind him unharmed. Our hero's calm question about the dragon leaves the young master completely paralyzed, realizing that his ultimate strike did not do a single thing. Seeing his dragon defeated and motionless in the snow, Dongfang is left horrified, screaming in absolute rage, while Lin Luo looks down on him with a terrifyingly cold expression. When the wealthy heir demands to know what they did to him, Lin Luo warns him that he might lose his ability to scream if he rips his tongue out, trying to salvage his pride. Dongfeng claims the priest only took advantage of his previous injuries. He throws out one last threat, promising to crush him in the next solo tournament, before triggering his emergency recall to escape. Lin Luo watches him vanish, commenting that it is pretty pathetic to act tough while running away. But he reveals he left a secret little gift for the dragon. He quickly refocuses, though since completing his class transfer is his main priority right now. Outside the tower, the reporter Bing Bing announces that someone has exited, leaving only a single candidate remaining inside. The crowd of students in the plaza gathers in front of the leaderboard, whispering with absolute suspicion. Many refuse to believe a D-tier priest could outperform a dragon rider, assuming Lin Luo must be cheating and will get eliminated soon. Others want revenge because they suffered through the torture of his Set's Black Plague skill during their own entrance exams. Their wild theories come to an end when Dongfang Hai suddenly spawns right in the middle of them, bruised and breathless. The students are shocked to see the elite heir eliminated, but their confusion turns into pure disgust when they notice something off about his dragon. The red dragon looks incredibly dizzy, and suddenly spews a nasty stream of green liquid all over the crowd. Thanks to this gross explosion, the students are soaked in slime and beg for gas masks to survive the terrible stench. Dongfang Hai is plunged into total humiliation. Knowing Lin Luo sabotaged his pet, he vows to get his revenge tomorrow, struggling with all his might not to throw up right there. Meanwhile, back at the Dongfang estate, Patriarch Dong speaks with an arrogant ancestor who is absolutely convinced that nobody can steal the young master's first place spot. When Dong mentions the D-tier priest, the ancestor arrogantly dismisses him. Trust me, you and I are definitely ready for this rematch. Alright. You and I are about to watch a class get completely derailed when they announce the heir was humiliated and eliminated by his own dragon scent. Both of those guys turn pale, completely frozen by this historic, unprecedented failure. Back on the 28th floor, Lin Luo runs into a level 43 toxic ice toad famous for self-destructing. He starts the fight with skin burst, causing the creature to swell up grotesquely. Right before the toad explodes to take downs, Lin Luo calmly activates his Alzheimer mutation. The monster literally forgets its skills, withering away and dying in silence instead of blowing up, avoiding the blast. Lin Luo safely scoops up the experience points and checks the loot globes in the snow. There he finds a rare item, an icy poison pearl that boosts his spirit power when swallowed. He is skeptical, though. These treasures usually have strict limits, so players do not just farm the whole tower. After thinking it over for a second, he has a genius realization. He figures out that when these toads explode, they destroy those precious pearls in the process. High-level players skip these floors, while weaker ones cannot stop the beast from self-destructing. Now watch closely here, because he just uncovered a massive hidden treasure. Knowing this is gold, Lin Luo triggers another brutal skin burst, turning the toad into a dry, black shell. He watches the absolute carnage from a high ledge, when suddenly, sharp ice spikes shoot straight toward him. Luckily, the young priest predicts the incoming strike and dodges just in time. The impact shatters the rock, sending debris flying. As he gets a notification for slaying the level 43 beast, he notices that despite getting a ton of experience, the smut did not drop any loot, proving that stopping the self-destruction is the only way to get these pearls. Determined to move fast, Lin Luo finds a valley packed with dozens of monsters. Leaping from an ice pillar, he crashes into the swarm with dark energy, and the loud combat noise lures even more beasts in. He absolutely loves this, because pulling a massive mob makes his slaughter way more efficient. Extending his hand, he forms a pulsing sphere of dark energy, while the surrounding corpses begin releasing black mist. You and I see where this is going, right? He uses the bodies to incubate a massive black plague virus, unleashing a deadly outbreak as the air fills with pathogens. Thick black smoke swallows the entire area, triggering a flood of experience points that boosts him to level 36. It is exhausting, but he walks away with nearly 250 frozen poison pearls. He immediately starts absorbing the treasures, as bright golden energy swirls around him. Every pearl boosts his spirit, doubling his mental power and making him feel unstoppable. This massive surge of power actually triggers his demonic rune to activate. The item absorbs nearby energy and stray souls, unlocking new effects that boost his stats and let him shapeshift into any monster he has defeated. Best of all, it gives him massive mana regeneration, completely solving his energy issues. But right then, a massive shadow looms over him. The Toad King appears a level 45 boss with deadly freezing abilities. Instead of running, Lin Luo tests his powers, transforming into a white squirrel to completely slip past the confused boss. This high stealth capability is honestly perfect for making stealthy assassinations. Lin Luo knows the lingering virus miasma will eventually put the monster down anyway. But since time is short, he decides to speed things up, jumping to strike the king from behind. Combining his skin burst and diarrhea mutations on the beast's backside, he triggers a devastating, chaotic explosion. The Toad King is badly hurt, losing energy, but fights back with a freezing laser beam. This heavy attack summons a wall of jagged ice, completely blocking our hero's path. Knowing a direct hit is fatal, the young priest stays alert as the boss winds up another attack. He spins his staff and shoots his Alzheimer mutation at the king, leaving him totally dizzy and confused. Seizing the opening, Lin Luo lunges forward and triggers a skin burst right in its eyes. And with the boss blinded, you and I are going to love the insane payoff in the next chapter. Alright, get ready. Because you and I are about to watch our main character unleash a storm of dark flame. The monster lets out a desperate shriek as it takes its absolute final breaths. Noticing its attempt to self-destruct, Lin Luo immediately raises his hand and fires off a devastating shockwave to stop it. Using his Alzheimer's mutation, he strikes the boss's head, forcing it to forget how to trigger that massive blast. A massive burst of dark energy seals the monster's doom, while a flood of system notification confirms its death. With this epic win, our hero gains 100,000 experience points, leveling up to level 36. He also grabs tons of rare loot, including the Ice King's gland, a bead, 5 skill points, and a whip, plus a skill book called Frozen Light. Lin Luo stares in surprise at the glowing loot orbs floating around him. Checking the blue book, he realizes it holds the same magic that froze his attacks earlier, so he instantly learns it. Learning the spell triggers a mutation, transforming it directly into sclerosis propagation. Lin Luo recognizes the name as an incurable disease from his old world, knowing this crowd control will be absolutely lethal. Next, he checks the Ice King's bead, which grants spiritual power and a super skill reserved for epic class pros. After swallowing the bead, blue energy surges through him, but look closely here, a system error glitters, awakening an insane adrenaline rush skill. Blue sparks wrap around him as he realizes this power scales with his soul strength, giving him the physical edge for close combat. Outside the tower, the crowd erupts into mockery while looking at the beaten and bleeding Dongfang, who is already getting medical help. Everyone finds it hilarious that this top-tier dragon tamer got utterly humiliated by his own pet's stench, driven insane by the shame. The young master vows with bloodshot eyes that he will murder Lin Luo tomorrow. Suddenly, the crowd glances back at the leaderboard and gasps Lin Luo has already reached floor 29. Everyone is baffled by how a simple priest is climbing so fast. Even suspecting a high-level pro is boosting him. Right then, the leaderboard flashes with an update showing he just conquered floor 30. Tang Chong and Leon Yinying celebrate wildly. since he officially broke young M's old record. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, a priest outclassing everyone. Stunned officials are now scrambling to protect their rising star. Inside a hotel, Marangwan watches the news. She figures Lin Luo must have some insane cards up his sleeve to have reached the top of the national rankings. Instead of feeling threatened, she smiles and decides to change her plans on the spot. She realizes that if she can bring him into the Meringue family, she won't mind him taking the World Wonder Award. Meanwhile, we move to the dark depths of floor 30, teeming with vicious bats. Lin Luo walks through the cave with total confidence, explaining how he cleared the last floor using mental confusion to spark a massive monster free for all. That distraction let him slip right past the chaos, saving precious time. With only 20 minutes left on the clock, he uses the bats to track down the boss. He then triggers a skin explosion, sending the monsters plunging down through a thick, dark cloud. To move even faster, he activates his demonization rune, transforming himself into a sleek white bat. He flies past the dazed creatures, hunting for a humanoid target to finish his class advancement quest. Finally, he stumbles upon a massive graveyard filled with thousands of ancient tombstones. Landing on a stone platform, he spots humanoid mobs known as blood slaves and blood servants. He spots a stone coffin guarded by 2 elite servants. Realizing the final boss must be sleeping inside, to avoid a drawn-out fight, Lin Luo shifts back to human form mid-air while drawing his battle staff. He casts mental confusion on the guards, forcing them to attack each other, and dashes to the coffin. Inside lies a silver-haired man wearing an elegant, high-collared suit, identified by the system as the silver rank fallen baron. Seeing the boss still asleep, our protagonist seizes the perfect opening to land a devastating surprise strike. Leaping high into the air, he strikes with his palm, unleashing an energy blast that shatters the stone coffin. He hopes that blow ended it, but as the smoke clears, trust me, his face of pure shock will leave you speechless. Since his opponent is a high-level beast, he stays cautious, highly doubting that first strike's Festruk was enough to take him down. Get ready, because we're about to watch black smoke and blood rise to rebuild that terrifying, silver-haired baron. Seeing that liquid reshape into human form, Lin Luo realizes normal attacks won't work on a monster with this insane regeneration. The Baron throws his head back and lets out a monstrous roar, unleashing a brutal physical shockwave. This sonic attack is so fast and powerful, it sends our main character flying straight through the air, forcing him to respect the creature's crazy speed. With the beast looming over him, he crashes hard in a very dangerous spot. The overwhelming pressure feels like the weight of tormented souls, forcing him to trigger his newest skill to survive. Lin Luo's outline shifts into a dark form bound by golden constellations as he activates his powerful adrenaline rush. This wild burst of energy makes the young priest feel an almost maniacal level of power surging through him, giving him the speed he needs to dodge the Baron's relentless attacks without breaking a sweat. Now pay attention here, because the boss roars and summons 2 dark blood clones right out of his own body. Even though these clones only possess half the strength of the original, Lin Luo glides across the battlefield, easily slipping past them while mocking their sluggish movements. Suddenly, the area explodes into dark blood flames, but the Baron walks out smiling maliciously, completely unharmed. Luckily, our guy is already protected by a glowing shield that absorbs the entire impact. Taking the initiative, the young priest unleashes a swirling vortex that strikes the boss with a massive energy blast. The boss fights against the shadows, trembling with power as he desperately tries to force his body back together. Lin Luo backs away to analyze the fight, realizing that as long as the Baron has access to blood, his regeneration makes him unbeatable. So eyeing the liquid bodies of the clones, he decides on a completely different strategy. So he summons some special needles known as the ALS outbreak. Instead of just damaging them, these needles lift blood shadows and pin them to rocks, making them scream in pain. I bet you didn't see this coming, but the shadows turn to solid stone right where those needles hit. He figures that even if the virus itself cannot kill a vampire, the clotting symptom of this mutation is the absolute weakness for an enemy made entirely of liquid. The Baron roars in fury, but Lin Luo rains down more needles. To avoid petrification, the boss must chop off his own arm before the clotting spreads. Lin Luo watches him coldly, admitting the boss is clever enough to sacrifice a body part just to save himself. Unfazed, he summons a massive ring bristling with hundreds of needles, wondering how many more limbs the Baron is willing to lose. To end this fight, a giant turquoise cross crashes down from the sky, trapping the Baron. The young priest approaches the captured boss, noting that even if he tries escaping by turning to blood, a counter is ready. Pointing his staff at the cross, Lin Luo triggers a violent explosion of pure energy. He combines blood fever with pain intensification, aiming to burn the monster's blood from within to see if his immortality survives total incineration. A massive explosion marks the end of the fallen Baron, leaving Lin Luo staring at several system notification windows. Defeating this high-level boss nets him 150,000 experience points, hitting level 40. This achievement boosts his core stats significantly, while granting 10 normal skill points and 1 very special golden one. He ends up completely exhausted after the sheer intensity of this massive battle. Realizing that while his adrenaline skill gives him immense physical strength, the physical toll is brutal. As he recovers, he eyes the floating rewards, focusing on that precious golden skill point. He knows well that these golden points are special mission-only rewards used to break past the level 7 cap. Since his top priority is basic survival, he decides to upgrade his antivirus shield, spending 7 common points to hit level 7 before consuming the golden point for level 8. This upgrade unlocks a unique effect, summoning a tiny winged creature called the Penicillin Elf. This loyal companion doesn't just strengthen his defensive shield, it actually learns his mutation skills too. Lin Luo is thrilled to have such a powerful assistant nearby. He decides to name the little creature Green as they continue crossing the graveyard. You and I just watched one epic fight, and next time, we're checking out that beating vampire core. Let's dive in and see how this core acts as a spare heart for a class change, while the essence turns anyone into a half-vampire. He ponders how these items grant incredible skills and attributes from another world, even if they bring eternal weaknesses to sun and fire. So he stores the essence, since the downsides are just too costly for now. He also scores gold gear, like blood wings and the vampire eye, massively boosting his damage absorption and magic penetration. While checking his loot, he accidentally touches a skill book called First Embrace. Though he lacks the vampire blood requirements, his unique mutation skill completely breaks the system limits. And boom, the forbidden spell mutates into the incredibly dangerous T-virus infection. Our protagonist completely freezes. He recognizes this virus from his past life as an apocalyptic threat that turns people into mindless zombies. Knowing that in a world full of monsters and powerful pros, an uncontrolled outbreak would mean absolute disaster. Since he cannot control the infected yet, pay close attention here, because he decides to lock away this dangerous power and never use it. With only 5 minutes left on the exam, he uses the vampire core to complete his hidden quest. A massive wave of energy floods him as he officially changes his class to the only hidden option, Evil Doctor. This evolution grants him gold skill points and 2 unique items, Irresponsible Surgery and a special scalpel. Accepting his new identity, he knows that treating life like a toy makes him far from any traditional priest. Outside the tower, the crowd waits anxiously as time runs out. Several students rumor that he was trapped by high-level monsters, but reporter Bing Bing praises him as a role model for the entire city. This flattery amuses Tang Chang and Leon Yinning, knowing he almost never studies seriously. Meanwhile, powerful families and organizations are plotting to recruit him or target him. A gray-haired man orders his subordinates to reach him first, but they find no prestigious past in Lin Luo's files. Meanwhile, the deputy guard commander learns that several Furious are planning revenge for the plague he unleashed. Knowing the kid has no powerful family to back him up like other geniuses, the officer orders 2 elite guards to protect him from the fallen cult. Finally, our hero steps out, and Bing Bing announces him as the champion. But his victory immediately sparks outrage. Furious students charge forward, screaming that his virus ruined their exams, and demand a death match right then and there. But everything halts when Leon Yinning suddenly dashes through the crowd at lightning speed. Look at this. Before he can even react, the school beauty jumps on him, planting a passionate kiss. This shocking display of affection leaves our new evil doctor completely stunned as the entire crowd stares in disbelief. Everyone assumes Lin Luo must have a massive clan backing him once they recognize the girl as a Luan family member. This completely flips the script, as they now believe his bold behavior was backed by such an influential house. Luckily, her clever strategy works like a charm. But she looks serious as she pulls away, blushing deeply with teary eyes. She leaves Lin Luo totally shocked and confused. Without staying to explain anything, she turns around, tells him to rest, and jogs off, leaving the crowd completely dumbfounded about what just happened. As night falls over the dangerous streets of the city, Lin Luo and Tang Chang walk down a dark, narrow alleyway. Pachang is hyping him up, asking how that kiss tasted and joking that their shy goddess went totally wild. Lin Luo stays grounded, explaining she only did it to give him a social shield against those angry students. Suddenly, he senses danger and looks up at the power lines crossing the street. His gut is right. A guy with orange hair and red glasses is watching them from a high-voltage wire. The assassin is surprised a mere kid spotted him, but warns that talent alone won't save him. He reveals he was sent by the Lion family head to deliver a cold. Hard warning. Demanding he stay away from the girl. He mocks him. But Lin Luo stands his ground and asks what happens if he refuses. Nearby. Crazy situation. Right. Two guards watch the tension unfold, but decide not to step in, since they aren't babysitters. All right. Pay close attention. She completely freezes as a terrifying presence drops right from the sky. A massive sphere of green and black mist crashes into the alleyway, trapping everyone inside. The Guardians instantly recognize the Seal of the Fallen cult, realizing these villains are moving way faster than expected. With this ability echoing the sheer power of an epic or legendary level expert, the Guardians analyze the mist, realizing it is a special item holding the Dark Mist Lord's personal power. They cannot understand why such a valuable resource is being used against a rank D professional like Lin Luo. The Guardian feels immense shame seeing the boy kidnapped right under his nose, failing the Vice Director's directed order to protect him at all costs. Determined to make things right, the Guardians channel all their energy to shatter this cursed barrier. They just hope the man from the Lin family can hold on for a few minutes while they strike this sealed space from the outside. Deep inside the thick mist, the guy with red glasses summons a massive scarlet axe, standing back to back with the kids. Tang Chong breaks out in a cold sweat, remembering that the Dark Mist Lord was an elite warrior an entire century ago. Now here is what we have to ask ourselves: why would a legend target complete weaklings? The red glasses guy snaps at him to shut up and stay close to his side, promising to handle this threat for the sake of Lin Yining. But as they search for a weak spot, a green-haired woman in dark claw armor named Master Xian steps out of the shadows to block their escape. Surrounded by hooded monsters, she reveals she carries a special artifact from her lord, built solely to ensure no one makes it out alive. Faced with the fury of her opponents, Master Xian looks completely bored by their pathetic offense, claiming a gold-rank fighter is barely even a challenge for her. She orders her beast, Wolf 13, to play with the attacker, sending the massive gray monster leaping out to stop him. The beast's brutal impact is stopped cold by the man's barrier, unleashing a sudden explosion of sharp, frozen shards. As the smoke clears, Master Xian steps forward, calling our main character by his actual name, claiming she went through a lot of trouble to find him. She invites Lin Luo to join the Night Guard, boasting about its benefits. Panicked by this highly sudden invitation, Tang Chang immediately gets extremely defensive and aggressive, making desperate gestures while warning those damn cultists not to take a single step closer to them. But our main character isn't buying it, and I know he suspects they are hiding something. Shaoxin steps forward with absolute confidence, claiming that being called fallen is just a cheap label society uses to push them away. She mockingly approaches Lin Luo, placing a finger right under his chin, while insisting her group is the world's actual savior. She explains her twisted philosophy, believing that accepting the evil god is the only way to save Earth and build a new tomorrow. Unmoved by her smooth words, Lin Luo directly demands to know why they are even looking for him. Xian reveals that one of the sect's 13 masters is an old poison expert who is highly impressed by his toxic mist control. Apparently, this highly powerful master wants to take our young priest in as his own personal disciple. Tang Chong looks at his friend with a heavy mix of deep concern and total disbelief. But Lin Luo reassures him he has no plans to join such trash, causing Xian's expression to turn instantly icy at his rejection. Losing his temper, a hooded figure in a gray cloak known as Ghost 27 slowly descends from the sky. Xian warns him that his options have run out, ordering Ghost 27 to capture him right away. The hooded figure extends a pale, deformed hand, laughing wickedly as he promises Old Gu has highly painful ways to make him submit. Ghost 27 attempts to channel a sickly green energy into the ground, summoning underworld spirits to chain down our hero. Suddenly, the attacker freezes up completely, his eyes going entirely blank and filled with confusion, hit by a completely invisible force. Ghost 27 totally forgets the very steps of his own spell. Right after that sudden distraction, a violent burst of raw energy erupts from deep within his own body, forcing the hooded villain to throw his head back, screaming in absolute, agonizing pain. Our main character stands firm, raising his staff as a purple aura expands around him, warning that looking down on him is a fatal mistake. It turns out he used his unique Alzheimer's mutation to completely scramble and distort the enemy's mind. Just like that, Ghost 27 collapses to the ground, clutching his head, while his summoned spirits fade away into nothingness. Talk about a garbage ally. Stick with me to see what happens when the boss takes matters into her own hands. Let's dive in and see how she takes a stance, launching massive, toothy demon flowers straight at the group. Even though Tang Chong screams at his friend to run, Lin Luo stands completely frozen right before the beasts, channeling a strange energy. He triggers a mental illusion that lets him vanish and reappear inches from the shaman's face. She is completely shocked to see a priest fighting in close combat, but reacts on instinct, charging her hands with dark energy. She strikes with absolute lethal intent, and suddenly a mass of tentacles wraps around our boy, slicing him up as a painful scream echoes through the clearing. Xian laughs like a maniac, convinced she just vaporized the kid and proved the absolute supremacy of her dark power. But her laugh cuts short when she looks down and realizes the mangled body belongs to Phantom 27, not Lin Luo. Her own minion groans, asking why she attacked him. Xian glares into the shadows, realizing she was trapped in an incredibly complex illusion. Lin Luo stands unharmed in the distance, glaring back at her with a freezing, sharp look. This level of control proves he uses high-tier mental manipulation, meaning he is definitely not just some low-rank priest like he claims. Master, watch closely right here, because Xian gets furious, realizing our boy completely outplayed her with a clever fake-out. Enraged over losing her guard, she vows to crush the young priest by unleashing a dark wave called the Juwan Wood Realm. Due to this massive technique, a violent explosion lights up the sky, which Tang Cheng and Lin Luo watch safely from a nearby cliff. Our hero remains perfectly calm, while his friend is absolutely terrified by the sheer scale of the blast. Tang Chong worries they will burn out just dodging that power. But Lin Luo quietly prophesies she will be the first to die, while Master Xian sneers from above, thinking our hero is just running for his life to survive. The ground below her crackles with power. She dares the kid to stay cocky, but her triumph instantly shatters as dark green veins and spots suddenly cover her skin. The cult leader freezes in sheer terror as she realizes she was infected by a virus despite keeping her distance. Fortunately, the tiny blue penicillin elf named Green triggers the Black Plague outbreak. As the infection takes hold, Master Shaman collapses into the abyss, losing consciousness. I bet you're wondering how she fell. Tang Chong watches this mighty enemy fall in disbelief, asking what just happened. But Lin Luo simply replies that she was equally confused. Next, he shifts his focus toward the smoke and rising flames on the other side of the battlefield. Even though he dislikes the guy with the red glasses, he decides to help him because the fallen are their common enemy. Nearby, the man in red glasses fights, surrounded by a yellow aura, clashing with the gray beast, Wolf 13. He gets mad when the beast is distracted, but the wolf is actually shaking from a sudden, sharp stomach ache. Wolf 13 describes the feeling like a massive flood about to explode right out of his gut, forcing him to beg for a bathroom in complete, utter humiliation. With the beast blasting away due to this biological crisis, the man fires a final red energy slash that clears the area. Satisfied, he adjusts his glasses. He then heads toward our hero's position to lend a hand, only to discover that the strongest of the three fallen is already defeated. He gets highly analytical, thinking it is bizarre for a student to beat someone so strong, especially after seeing the wolf's weird behavior. When asked about his class, our boy says he is nothing special, Just a priest. Meanwhile, two other exhausted pros rush to the scene, completely wiped out from the effort. Seeing the dark fog fade, they assume Lin Luo is already dead and prepare to avenge his loss. However, stepping into the forest clearing, they completely freeze upon seeing the beaten cultists. They identify the enemies as famous members of the Night Guard, unable to believe such dangerous villains fell, surrounded by the carnage. Our main character calmly asks the newcomers who they are. The female guard flashes her badge, demanding a detailed report on what went down inside the mist. Instead of offering help, the man from the Lean family ignores her question and walks away, leaving the students behind. Just as Tang Chang is about to tell the truth, Lin Luo quickly steps in to lie to the guards, claiming they survived solely because the Lean family protected them. The guards exchange doubtful looks, and you and I both know this is just the beginning. All right, stick with me here. This Asa decides not to pry for the truth. She lets them go, warning them to stay inside while the cultists are active. As they leave, the guard clearly doubts letting them get away with such an obvious lie. She explains they can't force a victim to talk, since protection is their priority. But looking at the unconscious Master Xiaoman, she knows this prisoner has some seriously high-level backing, making the case way too dangerous for them. They have to retreat immediately to report everything to the city vice guard. Meanwhile, Tang Chong is actually hyped about meeting the high-ranking authorities, which gets our main character thinking about the dual nature of these powerful guardians. Sure, they protect the kingdom, but they also use their power to monitor and control independent professionals. Because of this tight control, many powerful families harbor a deep resentment toward these agents. When his friend worries the poison master is still loose, our boy reassures him the city is totally safe. He explains that even if weak cultists slip in, top-tier defenders will stop any epic-level threats from entering. Now pay attention, Tang Chong points out even a weak cultist can easily crush a novice. He says that while Lin Luo has nothing to fear, others like Lin Yining are way more vulnerable. That is when things get interesting, as he pulls out his phone to check if she is okay, figuring it is best to ask. He texts the school beauty about the attack rumors, asking if she got home safely. She replies quickly that she is safe, but she is absolutely furious that the Fallen are targeting her classmates. After reassuring her that he is doing fine too, our scene shifts over to the city command center. The city vice guard listens closely to a grim report being delivered by a masked subordinate. The official learns that 35 IVE students were attacked, leaving 7 dead and several cultists on the run. While 7 deaths might seem small compared to the entire student population, this news weighs heavily on him, because the Fallen are targeting their most talented youth. The report ends by detailing how Lin Luo was directly ambushed by Master Xian's squad. Knowing our hero is safe and his enemies are wiped out, the old officer is left looking incredibly thoughtful. Now, Come along with me to the stadium where students are already gathering for the individual challenge. Official announcements confirm a 2-round format, starting off with tense, direct elimination duels, before moving to a defensive phase where the top 16 battle for just 4 defender positions. Linlu walks up to the stage with absolute confidence, alongside his loyal companions. Tang Chong is full of energy, hyping up the school beauty to stay strong out there. His confidence is sky-high because being near Lin Luo boosted his rank to top-tier novice level, making him feel totally safe from early elimination. He even points out that the top seed, Dongfang Hai, is barely level 22, way below Lin Yining. This makes the girl blush completely red, burying her face in embarrassment over being called sister-in-law again. Since a Sauhat character stays totally calm and completely unfazed by the comment, she secretly feels huge relief. Suddenly, they are approached by Meringue Shuan, a gorgeous blonde who introduces herself. After a polite greeting, she goes straight to the point, inviting him to a new level 30 dungeon. She thinks it is the perfect chance for 2 elite novices to grab a first clear and secure rare class change books. Even though she plays it totally cool and professional, inside she is picturing a romantic camping trip next to a warm fire, hoping they could become more than friends. Unfortunately for her, Lin Luo rejects the offer instantly without a single doubt. He explains that since he already completed his second-class change, it is impossible to enter a level-restricted dungeon. This wild news leaves Mongu Hen completely pale and frozen in shock. In this world, reaching level 30 and securing your second-class change unlocks the Black Iron Realm, turning you from a novice into a real professional. Higher ranks like Bronze, Silver, Gold, and Epic require leveling up all the way to 500. And trust me, him reaching his second form before exams are even over is going to leave us completely speechless. Let's dive into the absolute chaos as Dongfang storms in, screaming that Lin Luo humiliated him by making his dragon pee in public. He furiously accuses him of trying to steal his fiancée, but Mershong Suhen steps in immediately to shut him up. She clarifies that her family never agreed to any marriage proposal, but the arrogant jerk still insists he is the only worthy option. Right after that, Yang Ha joins the fight, getting right in our main character's face. He brushes off Lin Luo's team victory as a cheap trick, swearing he will make him kneel before Lin Yining in the arena. Our hero just looks at him with pure boredom, comparing him to an annoying fly and promising to crush this buzzing pest. As the tournament bracket lights up across the massive screens, the competitors are sent to their arenas. Dongfeng threatens a slow, painful death, while a worried Lin Yining offers her father's help. Lin Luo tells her to trust him, silently swearing to destroy the Dragon Rider for his arrogance. The main arena's opening match pits our D-rank priest against a B-rank heavy hammer warrior named Zhang Qi, as the beefy warrior lifts his massive stone hammer. He reveals his grudge, complaining that the priest kicked him out of the trial tower early. Zhang Qi, thinks he will get an easy win by crushing a fragile support class before he can unleash any poison mist. Now, pay attention here. The second he raises that hammer, his face completely twists as Lin Luo secretly triggers his explosive diarrhea curse. Lin Luo mocks his frozen attack as Jiang Qi suddenly collapses onto the floor in absolute, gut-wrenching agony, completely losing control of his bowels. It gets worse as Jiang Qi spews green gas, creating a stench so foul that everyone has to plug their noses. The crowd is horrified, realizing this smell is just like that dragon's accident, proving how terrifyingly dangerous this priest's skills actually are, gagging and pinching his nose. The referee quickly declares Lin Luo the official winner of the match. With the warrior completely out of commission, he desperately begs the cleanup crew to handle the disaster before he loses all his dignity. The next round begins with Lin Luo facing a B-rank opponent named Qing Fong Yiku. The moment the signal rings, this martial artist plays it incredibly safe, immediately ripping open a magic scroll to boost his status resistance. Absolutely terrified of the priest's reputation, he starts frantically chugging down antidote vials and a handful of colorful pills. Our hero watches with pity and suspicion, noting that such expensive gear doesn't match his opponent's regular status. You and I both know they sent this guy as a test, and Lin Luo quickly figures out some noble paid him off. Although Qing Fong Yiku is confident all his preparation will push the kid to his limits, Lin Luo proves his level is way higher and his special abilities are already incredibly advanced. He warns him that no external citizen can block his magic, raising his staff to unleash a massive dark energy vortex. The moment the power hits, his opponent's skin turns yellow. Despite the scrolls and potions, his stomach instantly collapses. A massive eruption of fluids and green gas floods the arena, forcing the horrified audience to shield their faces. This biohazard is so intense that several students literally have to pull out gas masks just to survive the stench. The match ends with the staff desperately dumping buckets of air freshener across the floor to clean the air. This second display of biological warfare turns the crowd into a furious mob. They scream toward the VIP boxes, demanding a ban on these disgusting, toxic skills that are destroying the environment. From a private balcony, the masked guardian informs the city vice warden about the public rage and the Dongfang family's official request. To everyone's shock, the vice warden immediately agrees to the restriction, and it's not out of justice, but because he knows the kid defeated powerful cultists, and wants to force him to reveal his deadliest hidden skills. The announcer reveals the official ban on the diarrhea spell, prompting cheers and mockery from students who think Lin Luo is defenseless. Our main character watches calmly, thinking that since they didn't appreciate his subtle methods, he will have to use something far more ruthless. His next matchup is announced against the cocky Yang Ha. Back in the preparation zone, Dongfang hands his lackey high-tier defensive gear and protective pills. He coldly orders the magic swordsman to force the priest to show his full strength. hinting that any death in the arena will just be an accident. But you and I know this plan is going to blow up in their faces. All right, you and I are about to watch how Dongfang brutally tells his team that Yang Han is just a disposable pawn. Inside the arena, Yang Han charges forward, wielding a massive greatsword engulfed in raging, intense flames. He mocks the priest, claiming a basic support has zero chance against an A-rank magic swordsman. He unleashes a massive wave of fire that scorches the arena. But our main character remains untouched behind a blue barrier. Frustrated, the warrior shifts his stance to combine both ice and fire, triggering a colossal explosion right on target. The crowd gasps at this dual element, convinced a simple priest could never survive such a hit. But as the smoke clears, Lin Luo stands there, completely unharmed. He warns a shocked Yang Han that it is his turn to get beaten, activating a glowing magic circle at his feet. At first, the swordsman thinks his armor blocked the attack, since absolutely nothing seems to have happened. But his face twists in pure agony. He drops his weapon and desperately claws at his legs and groin, screaming about an unbearable itch. Lin Luo looks down on him with absolute disgust. He explains this is just one of his many debuffs. Now watch closely with me as dark flames gather around his staff, ready to unleash his brutal new arsenal. We are talking about instant gonorrhea and syphilis, showing this swordsman a living hell he will never forget, due to the horrific mutations Lin Luo inflicts. The young man frantically tears at his skin as ominous bursts of dark energy wrap around his entire body. The crowd watches in absolute horror as the boy starts bleeding heavily from his own desperate scratching, pushed to his absolute limit. Yang Han desperately channels freezing blue energy to coat his lower body in a thick layer of ice, while our hero watches with total indifference, noticing his attempt to soothe the agonizing itch and pain by freezing himself. The priest mocks him, asking if he is not worried about permanent damage from such a crazy tactic, driving the swordsman into a murderous rage. The cleric walks slowly toward his trembling enemy, pointing out that freezing only masks the symptoms instead of curing the actual root of the problem. To end this, and trust me, you are going to love this part. Lin Luo summons a red skeletal specter right behind his rival, activating his pain multiplication technique. The sudden agony becomes completely unbearable for the already weakened warrior. Yang Han collapses face first onto the ground, losing consciousness completely, prompting the judges to immediately declare Lin Luo the winner. The scene then shifts to the medical room, where a doctor examines the student, seeing how advanced the infection is. The doctor assumes the young man lived a highly reckless life to end up this way. A pale Yang Han begs for his future, but the doctor delivers a cold and brutal diagnosis. Since no healing magic can reverse the damage, the only option to save him is a total surgical amputation. Paralyzed with absolute terror, Yang Han finally whispers his consent for the operation. Back at the stadium, Dongfang holds his phone with an expression of pure bitterness. His team watches in horror upon learning that their classmates' damage is irreversible, resulting in permanent castration. This shocking news instills a deep, paralyzing fear among the entire group of students. They realize that provoking that priest is a fatal mistake, with consequences far worse than a simple defeat in battle. Meanwhile, in Arena 5, Murong Shuehan faces off against her former teammate, Li Mei. The white-haired girl aims her staff with bitter resentment, swearing to defeat the S-rank heiress to help Dongfang. The heroine only smiles at the challenge, fully aware of the massive power gap between them. She spreads her radiant angel wings and rises into the air to reveal her hidden class. When Li desperately launches multiple dark fireballs, Murong easily deflects them. The angel raises her glowing hand, summoning a colossal wave of golden energy directly from the heavens. This holy judgment strikes the center of the arena, ending the match with a single, devastating attack. With Li Mei defeated on the ground, Murong Shua's eyes begin to glow with an intense golden aura. Using her holy light submission skill, she successfully turns her rival into a completely obedient follower. The defeated girl's eyes grow blank as she accepts commands to reveal all of Dongfang's secrets. Murong calculates she has 72 hours of absolute loyalty to gather all the information she needs. With that, the screen updates with the final 4. Trust me, you and I are not ready for this madness. Murong Shuhen, Dongfang Hai, and Ponchen. Get ready, because you and I are moving right into the intense second phase. In this test, the top 4 must defend their arenas against 8 other challengers, while the other rings erupt in action. Linlo just waits alone in an empty arena. He wonders why absolutely nobody has the guts to step up and face him, since his previous matches were absolutely brutal. Furious students in the crowd scream that his dangerous skills should be banned completely. Linluo completely ignores the noise, realizing they are only reacting because of the permanent injury he gave to his last opponent, Yang Han. In the end, he just thinks his rival was too fragile to handle his mutated magic. Fortunately, the shouting dies down as a brand new challenger, Fang Yuan, steps into the ring. This guy introduces himself as a class, a forbidden spell mage, swearing he does not fear the cleric's bizarre attacks. Fang Yuan takes his battle stance, surrounding himself with multiple magic circles and glowing barriers. He claims to be completely invincible within 3 inches by shutting out his senses to block everything. This unleashes a massive earth prison, spawning a giant vortex of energy and stone that traps our main character right in the center. But our guy just stands behind his own shield, staring at the mage with absolute boredom. Seeing Fang Yuan's stack so many shields while attacking from a distance, the cleric mocks his obvious fear. The mage pushes himself to channel even more mana, screaming that he would never fear a basic support class. He raises his hands, unleashing a web of lightning that strikes directly against our hero's dome. The crowd watches in awe, realizing he is pulling off 3 high-level spells simultaneously to defend. control and attack. Incredibly, the lightning bolts crash harmlessly against Lin Suo's signature Silton's shield. Now watch closely, because while the crowd is panicking for him, our protagonist stands strong and decides it is time to strike back to show the gap in power. He knows a level 20 mage cannot break the defenses of someone far superior. Just as Fang Yuan attempts to cast a 5-element spell, his mind suddenly goes blank from the Alzheimer effect, completely forgetting his magic sequence. This distraction lets the penicillin elf materialize above and trigger a massive skin explosion. A huge blast of green energy completely obliterates Fang Yuan, leaving the confused crowd watching their favorite explode out of nowhere. Lin Luo looks down at his rival's smoking body, jokingly asking why he collapsed before the real fight even started, though the dazed mage tries to stand and considers unleashing a high-cost, forbidden technique. The sheer danger of the situation quickly forces him to think twice. Remembering what happened to Yang Han, he decides his life is worth way more than a game. Bowing his head, Fang Yuan raises his hand and officially forfeits. After this brutal victory, absolutely nobody else dares to challenge Lin Luo. And yeah, you and I knew this would happen. He easily defends his title, while Dongfang Hai and the others also make the finals. High up in the stadium, the city's vice guardian watches with a sly, knowing grin, wondering just how many tricks this cleric has hidden. He can already picture the shock on the elite family's faces if a mere priest takes the world prize. However, a brand new danger looms as a mysterious hooded figure watches Lin Luo from the deep shadows. This creepy old man reveals he possessed a worthless body to avenge his niece, hoping our boy will be a worthy challenge. Meanwhile, backstage, the defeated Fang Yuan stands before his furious master, Dongfang Hai. The dragon rider is livid over his forfeit, but the mage explains that breaking that insane defense was totally impossible. He suspects Lin Luo is already level 30 and finished his second-class advancement using the massive experience gained from the Black Plague. This forces Dongfang Hai to realize he must treat their upcoming match like a high-stakes boss battle. As night falls, Lin Luo walks through the city alongside Lian Yining and Tang Cheng. The school beauty is depressed over her loss, but our hero reassures her it was simply due to class mismatch. When he asks why she picked such a tough opponent instead of Chen Pinggan, she gets instantly annoyed. And that's where we leave it today. It turns out she just hated losing to a love rival who tried stealing her man. Lin Yining says goodbye and leaves. But you and I know this peace is not going to last. Tang Chong is still super hyped, telling his boss to grab first place, so they can celebrate with a massive feast. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind them. They turn around and find their instructor, Li Yu, who says she has something really important to discuss with them. Since Lin Luo got the highest scores on the recent exams, she tells him he needs to deliver a speech to the underclassmen. Our main character is immediately suspicious of this request, sensing that something is totally off with the whole situation. He tries to turn down the offer so he can head home and rest, but she keeps pushing him hard, even offering to write the speech herself or buy him dinner just to secure his help. Their chat is cut short when several hooded figures drop straight from the sky, blocking the entire walkway, sensing the danger. The teacher warns them these are fallen cult members, instantly conjuring a water shield to protect the boys. She screams at them to run, grabbing Linluo's hand to drag him away at lightning speed. But our main character stops dead in his tracks, ripping his hand back with deep suspicion. Pay close attention here. He realizes this woman is not his teacher. The real Lu cannot cast instant high-level magic. He demands to know her true identity and what she did to the real one. Realizing his cover is totally blown, the figure's body begins to melt into a dark fluid while letting out an evil laugh. His skin peels away, revealing a black-cloaked man named Ducheng. He mockingly explains that he destroyed the real Lu's body and soul just to create this clone, describing her final moments with pure, sadistic pleasure. This revelation fills Linluo with absolute rage, but the villain just points at him, promising the exact same fate. Ducheng charges forward, cloaked in a dark aura, but our hero is way faster than expected. With an insane burst of speed, he dodges the blow, reappearing dressed in his evil doctor outfit. Our main character vows to destroy this cultist, though Du Chong could care less, believing the young priest's power is nowhere near enough to back up his threat. The clash is cut short by an explosion as 3 city guardians arrive to apprehend the dangerous criminal. One of the guardians identifies Ducheng as an S-rank criminal known as the Invisible Dark Beast. The villain reveals his motive for being here is a blood feud, since he is the uncle of the defeated Du Xiaoman and grandson of the Poison Elder, remaining arrogant. He boasts that he will slaughter the protectors and use the power of the Dark Mist Lord to escape. One of the guardians asks Linluo for tactical details on his digestive debuffing skills. Watch closely. Our main character spots the cultists closing in and realizes the situation is looking bad. He informs the Guardian that his current abilities only target a single enemy. The Guardian orders him to match her movements and control anyone who takes her physical hits. Linluo readies his staff, knowing that with the support of a real combat class, he can use his mutated magic much more effectively. The group leaps into the air to counterattack. As a guardian strikes a cultist with his sword, Linluo backs him up with his energy. The targeted cultist is instantly overcome by an overwhelming internal agony, feeling as if his stomach is about to rupture. Another enemy gets hit and realizes with frustration that our boy's attack range is massive. While the guardians praise the young priest for his incredible support, Du Chong loses his temper, screaming that they brought their own countermeasures as well. Suddenly, a massive earth and rock elemental titan rises. Linluo scans the battlefield and identifies the threat as an elementalist. He realizes that since these enemies can shift their bodies into pure elements, they have no digestive system, making his diarrhea attacks totally useless. glancing at the three monsters of ice, fire, and rock. Our hero realizes these enemies were specifically chosen to completely counter his known skills. He stands his ground, knowing he can no longer assist his allies using his usual methods. Duchong crouches low to the ground, taking a wild stance, glaring at Lin Luo with a feral grin, boasting that he is prepared for this fight. To prove it, his body undergoes a loud, monstrous bone transformation. He expands in size, growing thick purple fur and transforming into a massive, wolf-like nighthound. The beast charges down the alley with explosive speed, howling that the priest's weird tricks won't work anymore. Our main character barely manages to dodge the attack at the last second, shouting a quick warning to his friend. Blown away by the sheer pressure, Tang Chong crashes down. Trust me, you and I need to see how they escape this. All right, you and I are about to watch this terrified knight beg our main character to play it safe, taking advantage of the distractions. The wind giant hurls a massive bandaged fist at our hero. Since the attack is too wide to dodge, Lin Luo has to take the hit head-on. Luckily, a crystalline dome called the antibody shield surges around him to absorb the entire impact. Inside the translucent barrier, the young priest catches his breath amidst the rising dust. Even though the shield held, the shockwave rattled his body, and the giant laughs, thinking our hero is now completely defenseless. Lin Luo refuses to give up, standing tall as the sinister red silhouette of the evil doctor rises behind him. He then explains that what they just saw was only a fraction of his true power, pulling out a tiny red scalpel that the giant compares to a toothpick. Lin Luo ignores the mockery and starts his reckless surgery. As he strikes, glowing energy lines wrap around the giant, triggering a completely random, debilitating mutation. Just like that, the giant's left hand is sliced clean off, dissolving into thin air and leaving everyone completely shocked. Lin Luo leaps into the air, spreading his blood wings to hover directly above the massive crater. Watch closely here as he circles the giant at lightning speed, his glowing scalpel ready to start the real surgery. As dark rings and grotesque mutations warp his body, the monster screams in confusion to find his nose now on his wrist. With a chaotic mix of wild deformities and bizarre transplants, the giant ends up as a useless pile of tangled bandages. Our main character lands gracefully and admires his twisted masterpiece, mocking his very first patient. Duchong rushes over to check on his ally, only to find the giant in an utterly ridiculous state. Post-surgery, a mouth literally sprouts on the giant's backside, which he uses to warn that he cannot feel pain but is totally paralyzed. He says the only way to heal is to take down the summoner, warning his ally to avoid that scalpel at all costs. Duchong looks visibly disgusted that he actually has to talk directly to his own ally's backside. The night hound growls at our hero, convinced he'll be completely safe as long as that blade never touches him. Lin Luo tells him he is next, prompting Duchong to unleash dark energy, summoning shadow wolves and red-eyed crows that completely flood the street, while the young priest watches calmly. A nearby female guardian desperately screams for him to run. She warns him that this guy is a highly dangerous S-rank criminal. But our main character has no plans of backing down. The young priest gives the hound a wicked look, offering to help him out with his monster breeding hobby. He then unleashes a massive wave of mating frenzy energy that completely washes over the summoned beasts. Because of this, the wolves and crows stop their attack entirely and pounce on each other in a chaotic mating frenzy. I bet you didn't see this coming, because the hound and his cultists are completely stunned as their beasts ignore orders. Tang Chong is incredibly impressed by such a skill and begs to learn it, while the hound starts trembling and blushing red. He desperately screams at them to stop, but realizes with pure horror that the mutation is so powerful. He is fighting his own urge to join in. The alleyway fight intensifies as the blonde female guardian delivers a powerful sword slash against a wind element clone. She is absolutely determined to end the entire conflict right here. But her finishing blow is cut short when Du Chong's hound form suddenly lunges straight at her. Lin Luo watches closely with a sinister aura, noting that since Du Chong isn't an elemental illusionist, he is an easy target for a much more painful attack. Even though wounded, the hound curses his cloned body and tries to escape. The female guardian tries to secure the area, telling our boy to head home while they pursue the villain. But she suddenly freezes in sheer confusion. She realizes that she has completely lost sight of the student. But Tang Chang points up to the sky, using his dark wings. The boy is already flying at to keep tracking the villain. As Dushong races through the air, he fumes over his failed mission and the loss of his absolute best men. He plans to return to his original body to devise a brand new plan to crush the annoying priest. But a sharp pain cuts his thoughts short, since Lin Luo has been following him. The villain begins suffering a massive stack of negative status effects. His stomach feels ready to burst. His blood is boiling. And an unbearable itch completely takes over his lower body. The young priest hovers majestically right above him, surrounded by status displays showing double diarrhea, hemorrhagic fever, and several other debilitating infections. Right beside him, the penicillin elf glows brightly, as Lin Luo explains that his tiny companion has actually quadrupled the target's pain. He unleashes a massive final energy blast to vaporize the trembling beast. Now that's what I call a wild ending. Let's dive in. The hound's clone screams in pure agony before crumbling into ashes. He vows revenge before completely vanishing into the smoke. On the ground, our main character spots a glowing purple sphere, a high-grade spatial ring. Since these items are usually reserved for Golden Realm experts, he knows it beats his regular backpack and pockets it. Right as the Guardians show up, he spots a dark pearl lying nearby. The blonde Guardian is stunned by his victory, admitting this priest could actually match her. In a duel to the death, she recognizes the item as a dark beast pearl, a rare artifact that only drops when a mother beast dies. She explains it holds energy like a dragon crystal. which helped Duchong control monsters, though it only works for very specific classes. Even if it is useless to most, Linluo pockets it, knowing he can sell it for a massive fortune later. The Guardian sincerely thanks him for his help, handing him an official invite from Deputy Chief Guo to join the defense force. The perks are huge official status, fully paid college tuition, and even his own house, not to mention a monthly salary of 10,000 gold coins. But here is where it gets funny. The thought of being a desk bureaucrat gives him cold sweats. He wants his freedom. He politely declines the offer, asking her to thank the deputy mayor instead. As the boys start walking away, an excited Tang Qing begs to learn how to make beasts go wild, and Lin Luo promises to teach him later. The blonde guardian is left completely frozen and slightly offended, since no rookie has ever turned down such a prestigious, secure position. Meanwhile, walking down the street, our main character inspects his new ring, wondering what sweet loot the defeated cultist left inside. Late that night, the deputy mayor and the blonde guardian discuss Lin Luo's unbelievable victory over the feared Ducheng. She confesses that the boy's weird mutations and the black plague he unleashed in the tower totally terrified her. Unfortunately, despite all their efforts to recruit such a monster genius, the kid refused to join the Guardians. This gets the chief's attention, leaving him highly intrigued. She explains that the boy values his freedom and hates being tied down by military service. However, she suspects the real reason is the solid backing he gets from the elite Leon family, especially since everyone knows the young lady of that household is incredibly close to him. And I know what you are thinking, but the deputy mayor highly doubts such an elite clan would ever choose Lin Luo. He notes that they have an ancient treaty with the Nine Serpents Island, a deep ocean empire. Because of this crucial alliance, the Guardian wonders if the head of the house, Leon Zhen, saw our main character's true potential and decided to ditch their old ocean allies for him. The chief dismisses that immediately, stating that their marriages are just cold business transactions with very clear goals. He predicts that with Lin Luo's rebellious attitude, he will inevitably clash directly with the Leon family. As for declining their offer, he thinks the boy simply has a biased view against the Guardians. He notes their duty is maintaining national order, which constantly collides with the greed of wealthy clans usurps. Since those families only care about themselves, they weaponize the media to spread lies about the Guardians. This causes many independent experts to see the Guardians as a threat to their freedom, not realizing that without them, the weak would suffer and society would fall into absolute chaos. Still, the deputy mayor wants our main character as an ally. Defeating Ducheng proves he is the absolute best talent around. When she suggests using the prophet to peek at Lin Luo's memories and stats, the chief instantly shuts her down. He insists that the Guardians must always respect their own ethical boundaries. Besides, knowing the kid already distrusts them, violating his privacy would turn him into a deadly enemy. He promises to handle this and dismisses her. Left alone, he goes over the files on the Leon family and the Nine Serpents Island. He notes that Leon Young is an epic tier stormlord, but a sharp chest pain cuts him off. He groans, thinking that while outsiders invade, local clans only squabble over money. Staring ahead, trust me, this is getting wild. All right, you and I are about to watch how Linluo stays alive while analyzing the Fallen One's complex organization. He knows they are split into different factions depending on which evil god they actually worship. Since the Night Guard is top tier, eliminating their members means he just sparked an endless, brutal war. But long-term planning is useless right now, because his single absolute priority is just getting as strong as possible. So he grabs the golden spatial ring he snatched from Dukin to see what kind of treasure lies hidden inside. Suddenly, several golden cards from the Adventurer Association pop out, each holding 1 million coins. The guy is filthy rich, and he keeps digging through the loot. He discovers dozens of spheres packed with rare materials, like colorful python scales and jade dragon horns he has never seen before. Amidst all the wealth, a mysterious Sumeru bone mask stands out. The description says a formation master crafted it, but you actually have to wear it to reveal what it does. Our main character plays it safe, fearing a dangerous mutation if he uses it carelessly, so he puts it away. Now pay attention here. He focuses on a black and red scroll containing the charm skill. This psychic power temporarily controls opponents, depending on the difference in mental energy between both of them. But upon learning it, the skill instantly mutates into a bizarre self-delusion Stockholm syndrome. This crazy skill has a slight chance of making rivals obsessed with their master, forcing them to tame themselves into slaves. To Linluo, this strange mutation feels pretty weird and slightly unsettling, recalling this mental condition from his past life. He hopes it helps in tomorrow's tournament, wondering what legendary world wonder he will win if he takes first place. The next day, we head over to the stadium, where a massive crowd of students gathers to watch the top 4 warriors in the semifinals. Suddenly, Tang rushes over to our main character, totally panicked because he cannot find Leon Yining anywhere. Linluo checks his phone, only to see she hasn't returned a single one of his calls or messages. While Tang Chang fears a kidnapping, Linluo doubts it, since messing with her powerhouse family is a death wish. He texts her aunt, Lin Chingper, but an announcement calls the fighters to the arena. Linluo steps onto the field for his highly anticipated duel against the Dragon Knight, Dongfang Hai. The crowd instantly notices that the massive red dragon standing before them looks way larger and more menacing than before. Many suspect Dongfang Hai used his family's massive wealth to pump the beast full of expensive power supplements. Look at this, up in the VIP box. The vice guard notices the Dongfang family is desperate to win. His assistant, the blonde guardian, mentions that the crowd is backing Linluo because he is a commoner who fought his way to the top. Excited fans in the stands scream wildly, begging our hero to completely crush his opponent, hoping for another embarrassing defeat for the dragon. But this hype clashes with a serious report delivered to the vice guard. The blonde guardian reveals that the head of the Lin family has left the city, heading out into the deep ocean. The vice guard rises, realizing Lian Zhang is finally making his move. Many years ago, Lin Yong reached the epic tier, becoming the Storm Lord after stealing a legendary item. Since only 2 people hold that title, he must slay and devour the Island Master to become the Storm King. To pull this off, he flees the country, using his own daughter as a pawn to seal an alliance with another island. The vice guard doubts his loyalty, seeing that his obsession with power makes him completely blind to Lin Luo's immense potential. Fortunately, the vice guard already stepped in to protect our main character's interests. He managed to bring the young master of Nine Snakes Island to the Empire to act as an intermediary, completely blocking that planned wedding. This ensures Lian Yining isn't sold off so easily, because the vice guard believes Lin Luo is worth it and won't tolerate any abuse. Attention shifts back to the stadium, where the terrifying red dragon lets out an arena-shaking roar. Lin Luo stands right in front of Dongfang Hai and mocks him mercilessly, asking if he wants a repeat of that embarrassing public incident from their previous match. The young master struggles to hold back his raging beast, promising it will bite this priest to death. Trust me, we are in for one hell of a brutal showdown. Alright? Let's dive into this madness together, because a girl senses a major surprise, while the patriarch suspects Lin Luo is completely unpredictable. The referee gives the starting signal, and the dragon immediately charges straight toward its target. Our main character is ready, waving his staff to unleash a wave of pure mental confusion. As this energy hits both the rider Dongfang and his beast, he is left completely dazed with a blank stare. Our hero moves at incredible speed, while the confused rider makes a truly disastrous mistake. Instead of actually hitting Lin Luo, Dongfang lands a heavy punch directly on his own beast's snout. Blood spatters across the arena as the dragon screams in pain, shocking everyone. The crowd realizes the young master fell into an illusion that made him see his own dragon as his enemy. He panics and tries to apologize, but the beast glares at him with purely murderous intent. Seeing the contract seal on the creature's forehead begin to crack, the young master realizes he is about to lose it forever. Now, here is where it gets tense. He decides to end this fight immediately using his family's greatest resources. Dongfang charges up his power, equipping an ornate dragon knight armor in glowing shades of gold and red. He boasts that even if Lin Luo reached level 30, he could never overcome the massive gap between their families. The crowd is completely blown away by the insanely expensive gear and its massive stat boosts. Lin Luo still looks bored, deciding to test if that armor can actually handle his level as the Dragon Knight attacks with a flaming weapon. He laughs like a maniac, bragging that he took tons of detox pills to ensure the priest's dirty tricks fail. But his confidence turns to sheer confusion as he watches Linluo effortlessly dodge every single blow. The young master simply cannot understand how a priest can be more agile than a combat class. But our hero just glides around, leaving multiple afterimages behind him. The Dongfang family is stunned by this speed, though the patriarch assumes the boy is overexerting his power with a temporary skill. Suddenly, Dongfang freezes as cherry blossoms begin falling all over the arena. Our main character appears right behind him, noting that while vaccines block infections, there is no vaccine for his reproductive arousal skill. I bet you did not see this coming. But the guy blushes with a creepy smile, enjoying the pleasure of the mutation. In his mind, he sees a vision of a gorgeous humanoid female dragon with red hair and soft scales. Guided by this hallucination, the young man throws himself onto his real red dragon, hugging it tightly and calling it beautiful. The entire stadium falls into a horrified silence as all the students stare at Dongfang. He tries to get intimate with his own pet in a way that makes the entire crowd want to vomit. Everyone mocks this dragon knight for his ridiculous behavior, jokingly suggesting he found a twisted new way to ride dragons. The red dragon finally throws its head back and roars in absolute agony, sending its confused rider crashing to the ground. Deep in the illusion, Dongfang ignores the outside chaos like it is some demonic annoyance, floating straight toward a beautiful dark-haired woman, even as the female figure in his mind shrinks back in horror, begging him to stop. The young master gets even more aggressive, grinning with bloodshot eyes. He insists that he has no intention of giving up his precious prize so easily. Back in reality, the dragon reaches its absolute limit and uses its massive claws to shove its own master away. People notice that the proud beast is holding back only out of a tiny remaining shred of loyalty toward him. Otherwise, the kid would have died instantly for insulting the dragon's dignity. From a balcony, Patriarch Murong Chenfu watches the fight with the girl. Shu Han explains she finished her own fight quickly just to witness this crazy spectacle, commenting that watching a pro fall in love with their own pet is too hilarious to miss. She correctly analyzes that the young heir is trapped under the effects of an incredibly powerful illusion. But she concludes that falling for this trick proves he is secretly a womanizer obsessed with female beauty. Faced with such public humiliation, the patriarch decides to immediately send someone to reject the Dongfang family's marriage proposals. Murong Shuhan is filled with relief and joy, mocking how their rivals just lost their entire reputation in front of the whole country. Students in the crowd keep recording this extremely embarrassing moment with their phones, eager to preserve the heir's ultimate humiliation for the rest of their lives. And that is where we leave it, with Patriarch Dongfang Daong screaming in pure rage while others try to hold him back. All right, let's jump right into this showdown where the assistant begs him to surrender, but the patriarch absolutely refuses. He knows this scandal is already broadcasting nationwide, so his only hope is for his son to win the tournament and bury this humiliating scene. A woman offers to resolve everything with a powerful spell, but the patriarch warns her not to attack Linlo directly to avoid trouble with the subcommander. Instead, she decides to target Dongfang Hidi directly, casting the spell to wake him from this nightmare. While she preps the ritual, the patriarch notices our main character is foolishly attacking the dragon instead of its defenseless master. He hopes the pet holds out until the illusion breaks, but our hero keeps unleashing explosive blasts, wrapping the giant beast in a crimson energy. Linlo gauges the creature's high health and defenses, admitting it's actually an impressive beast for such a young age. Secretly, he feels a spark of greed, wishing he could claim this magnificent dragon for himself. But it's frustrating that his self-deluding Stockholm Syndrome skill won't trigger because of its low success rate. So he decides to play along a bit longer before unleashing ruthless tactics to break the tie. Meanwhile, the mental hallucination becomes incredibly aggressive. Now, watch this closely in his mind. Dongfang screams at the woman that his patience is gone, and no one can stop him. He raises his weapon with a massive burst of crimson energy, striking down with all his might. In reality, the young master plunges his sword directly into his own dragon's backside. Blood sprays across the arena floor, leaving the crowd completely horrified as he stabs his precious pet in the most humiliating way possible. The beast lets out a final, agonizing shriek just as the woman triggers her spell to break the curse. The illusion finally shatters, leaving Dongfang standing in the center of the ring, looking completely dazed and battered. He looks around for the beautiful woman of his dreams, only to find his bloody dragon glaring back with pure, murderous rage, realizing the horrifying truth of what he just did. The young master begins to tremble, drenched in cold sweat, bursting into tears. He desperately tries to explain that this was all just a massive misunderstanding. He is just trying to survive its wrath, but think about it for a second. After such intense trauma, the dragon tears up their contract. The beast unleashes an earth-shaking roar before taking flight, abandoning the entire arena and flying far away. This leaves Dongfang absolutely devastated, stretching his hands to the sky as he helplessly begs his pet to return, while Linlo calmly watches the entire dramatic scene from his balcony. The elders of the Dongfang family descend into a state of absolute panic. Losing their legendary dragon guardian is a catastrophic blow to their entire lineage. And now that the match is over, their main priority is retrieving their ultimate asset. So the patriarch quickly leads a retreat to hunt down the runaway beast. Up in the VIP booth, the blonde guardian and the city subcommander watch their sudden, desperate escape, while the assistant thinks the family is simply forfeiting the grand prize of the tournament. The subcommander points out that a young dragon is worth infinitely more than some broken artifact. Since the beast fled, it now has no master, creating a perfect opportunity for anyone to claim it. Because of this, he issues immediate orders for every single guardian to mobilize and track it down. Word of the escaped dragon quickly spreads to a group of hooded cultists lurking outside the stadium. A pale-haired member realizes that seizing the dragon's core crystal will grant her unmatched supreme power. Fueled by pure greed, she orders her minions to find the dragon before any other faction does. Back in the arena, a bruised and scorched Dongfang Hai gasps for air, blaming the young priest for losing his dragon. Our main character remains totally indifferent to the yelling, knowing he owes absolutely nothing to this raging young master. That complete lack of remorse drives Dongfang Hai insane, making him leap forward to launch a desperate red energy strike. His blow shatters the ground, but fails completely to penetrate our hero's unbreakable crystal barrier. Such a pathetic display triggers instant mockery from the students watching up in the stands, who immediately start gossiping about the young master's bizarre, shameful behavior toward his own pet. Surrounded by the harsh criticism of the crowd, Dongfang completely loses his mind and falls into a blind rage. He unleashes a devastating golden thunder technique, slamming the ground in a massive explosion that consumes the entire arena. But as you and I can see, Linlo remains completely untouched behind his impenetrable ice barrier. Get your snacks ready, because today we're going to watch a support block a devastating frontal attack, leaving the dragon rider totally horrified. Our main character is in a rush, so he decides it's time to end this game and finish the fight fast. He pulls out a tiny blue scalpel, triggering laughter and confusion among the spectators, who see this tiny tool as a ridiculous weapon, even for Dongfang himself. He laughs out loud, thinking the blade is a complete joke, warning him that he will soon forget how to laugh. He flashes past the young master's guard, leaving only a tiny red mark on his chest. Since the blow does nothing immediately, Dongfang initially believes the whole thing was a bluff. But as the young priest walks away, he congratulates his opponent for opening the door to a whole new world. A magical aura suddenly envelops the young master, triggering a degenerative mutation that results in an instant sex change. The crowd is left in absolute shock, seeing a beautiful woman standing where the young man just was. Pay close attention here, because the crowd realizes that Scalpel is actually a terrifying tool for anatomical alteration. The now female Dongfang falls to her knees in sheer panic. Our main character coldly explains that her sudden weakness is because her body has not adapted to a completely new physical structure. He mocks her further by reminding her of the monthly cycles she will have to endure before advising her to surrender. The female Dongfang spits out blood and loses consciousness, forcing the referees to officially declare Lin Luo the winner of the match. Following the victory, the finals are set between our hero and Murong Shuhen. But seeing how terrifying and unpredictable the priest's powers truly are, the patriarch of the Murang family decides it is simply not worth the risk to fight. Murong Guan looks away in worry and officially concedes the match, crowning Lin Luo the champion of the singles tournament. Midst the victory, the young priest seems distracted, checking his phone. He informs Tang Chong that he received an urgent text from Liang Yining's aunt about the school flower's whereabouts. So, since the opponent's forfeiture cancels the finals, he has no reason to stay and leaves the stadium immediately, leaving Tang Chong to handle all the formal details of the award ceremony. Murong Shuhen and her team gather in a courtyard to discuss their sudden withdrawal. Her assistant is deeply confused, questioning why they would pass up the chance to win a world wonder. But she calmly explains she only had a 50% chance of winning and would end up badly hurt anyway. She points out that taking a hit from Lin Luo is far too risky, a sentiment her uncle Murong Chenfu fully agrees with. He understands that even with a win, their family reputation would crumble. If their star heiress suffered the priest's bizarre mutations, more than safety, you want to know the best part. She prefers winning our boy's friendships over having him as a highly dangerous enemy. Her uncle watches her walk away, hoping Lin Luo is truly worth as much as she believes. Meanwhile, we return to the stadium where the host calls the first-place winner to the stage for a speech. But the audience is left completely baffled when Lin Luo is nowhere to be found. Tang Cheng steps forward to announce his friend had an urgent matter and asked him to accept the award. The city guard's vice commander watches the switch with a heavy sigh, guessing that Lin Luo is worried about Liang Yining. So he makes an exception out of friendship and lets the ceremony proceed without the champion. Our main character is actually in a quiet tea house with Sister Ching, searching for the truth about the school flower. The aunt explains that, due to an emergency, Liang Yining's father took her to 9 Snake Island in the Star Sea, though they will return in 2 months. Sister Ching hands him a letter, since the remote island has a magnetic field blocking cell signals. Our boy is highly skeptical of this sudden departure, feeling like they treat the girl as if she were a child. Still, he opens the envelope to find a handwritten note. In the letter, Liang Yining promises to meet him at the Imperial University in 2 months and begs him to take care. Lin Luo senses they are hiding something and asks if she is in danger. But a regretful Sister Ching insists she cannot speak and must leave. As he turns around in frustration to leave, the aunt whispers an admission that she lied about the situation, but assures him the girl's love is real. That night, the priest walks alone under the moon, analyzing everything. He recalls that 9 Snake Island is an incredibly powerful, semi-independent force located deep within the Star Sea, leaving us to wonder how an ordinary family got so deeply involved with them. We will find out in the next chapter. Trust me on this. Everything changes the moment a golden energy starts glowing inside his storage space. He pulls out the Sumaru mask taken from that fallen cultist and realizes it is reacting strangely without anyone even touching it. A broadcast screen suddenly flashes within the mask's eyes, displaying highly urgent messages straight from the night guard. One operative is begging for immediate backup in Pale Canyon, while another reports they tracked down the injured Red Dragon. and the Guardians are already battling over it. Realizing this mask is actually a highly advanced communication device, our main character decides to put it on and investigate. Dark energy suddenly erupts, identifying him as agent number 872, granting him virtual access and teleportation. Since he has been secretly wanting to claim Dongfang's dragon pet for a very long time now, he knows this is the absolute perfect time to strike, while all the other factions are completely distracted. Elsewhere, the tournament's aftermath is clear in a hospital. The former Dragon Knight, Dongfang Hai, now trapped in a female body, rests inside a medical pod while whispering about her beloved lost pet. Her father, Patriarch Dongfang Dong, speaks with the doctors, who explain that while her physical wounds have fully healed, she suffered severe mental trauma. Watch closely here, because the doctors confirm the worst. The transformation is permanent, and the young master is now biologically female. When the patriarch suggests a transplant to somehow continue the family lineage, the doctor clarifies that it won't preserve the original DNA. This father's reaction is completely heartless. He declares that if he cannot continue the bloodline through his daughter, he will just father more sons with other women. He discards his own child as a mere tool for a political marriage, assuming some noblemen will be intrigued by her rare condition. Rising from her bed, she screams in absolute desperation, completely refusing to accept this new body or the concept of an arranged marriage. Her father remains totally cold, cruelly reminding her that she is utterly worthless without the dragon her family raised right by her side, using magic to paralyze her. He orders his servants to watch her closely, determined to squeeze every drop of political value out of her. This tense scene is cut short when an aide rushes in with news that they have located the dragon in Pale Canyon, where a brutal battle is raging between the Night Guard and the Guardians. Wasting no time, the Patriarch orders a massive deployment to recapture the beast at any cost. As her family heads out for the hunt, young Dongfang remains bound, gritting her teeth in total, dark despair. You and I know how this goes. She realizes her family will throw her away unless she reclaims her power to survive. So she vows to force that dragon to submit, promising to take revenge on everyone trying to use her like a toy. Meanwhile, Linlu steps into the desolate canyon through a portal, disguised under a horned mask that instantly commands absolute respect. Seeing that his disguise works incredibly well, he adopts a stern attitude and demands a full report. The grunts reveal they are fighting the Guardians to capture Mape the young dragon. But strong enemy resistance has stalled their entire mission. Our main character calmly walks toward the roaring battle to see for himself, finding a massive crater where the chained red dragon is trapped under a huge energy dome. The area has turned into a chaotic war zone, staging a highly violent clash between the Night Guard and the Guardians. Linlu hides among the branches to quietly observe this chaotic three-way showdown. Realizing the sheer violence of the battle is because the dragon currently has no rightful owner. As he scans the fighters, his eyes freeze when he spots a very familiar face among the guardians. Discovering the blonde officer, Xiao Qisheng, in the middle of the chaos, locked in a fierce duel against Qiang, a silver-haired elder of the Night Guard. The old woman mocks the guardian for foolishly trying to snatch the beast away, insisting her own group claimed it first. To end the talk, Qiang unleashes a flaming dragon claw that strikes the officer head-on, knocking her down. Xiao Qicheng lies on the ground, wounded and struggling to breathe, while the old woman glares down at her with nothing but absolute contempt. She reminds her they were equal rivals 5 years ago, but claims she is weak now because being a guardian forces her to protect the helpless. Qiang tries to recruit her former rival, demanding she join the Night Guard and throw away those foolish rules to gain true power. Thankfully, the officer refuses to back down, looking up with eyes shining with pure defiance. She snaps back that power without purpose makes anyone a walking corpse, even if that very purpose restrains her strength. With that refusal, let's watch together as the old woman unleashes her dark, murderous flames. Come along with me to watch her blast a deadly surge of dark energy straight at that defenseless woman to finish her off. Suddenly, an arrow from the sky intercepts the attack mid-air, leaving Qiang staring upward in pure shock. Dongfang Dong arrives nearby with his forces to claim what he considers the rightful property of the Dongfang family. The old man sneers, insisting that an ownerless creature belongs to whoever is strong enough to capture it. While Xiao Qicheng screams not to ignore her, Qiang dives back into combat, unleashing a brutal elemental explosion. This massive wave of energy repels both the Guardians and Dongfang experts at once, as the leader mocks their weakness. Watching from the shadows, Lin Luo carefully analyzes the old woman's immense power. He notes the flame dragon is formidable, holding the advantage despite being completely outnumbered. This makes him realize that if his previous opponent, Dukan, had been at full strength, the result would have been fatal. Our main character remains still. You and I both know it is better to wait for the perfect moment to step in instead of risking a reckless move. At the center of the crater, Qiang keeps holding off the group while ordering her subordinates to subdue the dragon. The Guardians and the Dongfang family launch a coordinated attack, believing that if they eliminate the flame dragon, the Night Guard will completely fall. Despite the pressure, the subordinates tighten the beast's iron chains, sending surges of electricity running wild through its entire body. The dragon roars to the heavens in sheer agony, struggling in vain to break free from its captors. Finally, our hero decides to act. He approaches the battlefield with opened arms, casually asking if they need any help. A hooded guard mistakes him for a superior, desperately begging him to help hold down the wild beast. Lin Luo agrees to help, but instantly betrays the cultist, striking him down with a skin-bursting technique. As the other guards recoil in horror, he unleashes a wave of mental confusion, forcing the remaining guards to attack one another, in absolute chaos. I know what you are thinking. It is crazy to see the dragon bewildered, while our hero jokes about saving it from capture. Suddenly, a geyser of crimson energy erupts as the old woman Xiang emerges furiously from the flames. Seeing that operative 872 is a traitor, she charges with killing intent. But our boy easily dodges the swift attack. Just as Qiang prepares another strike, Dong Fang Dong fires an arrow from mid-air to distract her. The patriarch wants to avenge his son's presumed death, forcing Qiang to divide her attention between both opponents. As they clash in the sky, the guardian officer, Zhao Cheng, watches through the dust, recognizing Duchen's Samaru mask and realizing Lin Luo took it after their previous battle. Fearing for the talented young priest's safety, she orders the guardians to prioritize his rescue over the dragon. Overwhelmed by the double pressure, Qiang unleashes a massive red aura, forcing her enemies to fall back instantly. She manages to grab Dongfang Dong tightly by the neck, but suddenly senses a terrifying presence and flees the scene, slamming the patriarch straight into the ground. Lin Wo and Xiaoqi Cheng watch her escape in confusion, until the cold, powerful expert Dongfang Wei steps onto the scene. Dongfang Dong bows before the newcomer, revealing him as the epic realm ancestor of their family. The ancestor explains his descendants' death, summoned him through their bloodline, swearing to hunt down the killer without mercy, before vanishing into an aura of golden flames. He orders the patriarch to retrieve the young heir's body for a special purpose. Dong suspects the masked Lin Luo, but Xiaoqi Cheng steps in to shield him. She lies to the patriarch, claiming the boy is an undercover guardian agent who successfully infiltrated the night guard. Since the patriarch still doubts them, the officer cuts the interrogation short and drags Lin Luo away from the area, reaching an isolated rocky area. The young priest removes his mask and gets a harsh scolding from Xiaoqi Cheng. She berates him for the terrible danger of wearing a cultist's mask, warning he could have been teleported into a trap. While Lin Luo sits on a rock reflecting on being discovered, the red dragon appears nearby with its chains broken. Xiaoqi Cheng cannot seem to understand why the massive beast followed them, but our protagonist smiles warmly, seeing that the dragon came specifically to find him. And how did his son escape that crystal coffin in the desolate canyon? We will find that out together next time. He distinctly remembers giving him a resurrection item years ago, but the lack of magical residue in the air confirms he didn't revive, he's really dead. But check this out, because a sudden phone call cuts right through his confusion. On the line, a terrified subordinate reports the young master committed suicide and never appeared at the respawn point. Dongfang Dong realizes his son made a desperate choice, using death to escape his absolute, suffocating control, all to save the dragon. Meanwhile, the massive red beast towers over Zhaoicheng and Lin Luo. The guardian warns him to be careful. An ownerless dragon is extremely dangerous and might hold a deep grudge. Lin Luo stays completely calm, looking into the beast's intense eyes and realizing it lacks any hostile intent. When he reaches out to touch its snout, the creature responds with a soft growl instead of attacking. He feels a strange connection forming, as the system confirms the activation of Stockholm self-deception syndrome. Even though the skill is active, it won't work instantly. It'll take time to fully manipulate its mind. Zhao Cheng watches the entire scene, sweating in absolute, pure disbelief. She can't believe a proud dragon is coddling a human, but let's face it, our guy just jokes that she's obsessed. This prompts the Guardian to demand he signs a formal contract immediately to secure his massive prize. She offers to give him a contract item, but Lin Luo pulls out a stone tablet from a previous boss. Xiao Cheng is completely shocked to see such a high-tier contract in the hands of a rookie. As the stone glows with a surge of energy, the system confirms the contract is a complete success. Our hero proudly claims the dragon, leaving the Guardian marveling at the historic birth of a legendary dragon priest. Lin Luo checks the dragon's stats and is shocked that this level 22 beast outclasses level 50 bosses. Zhao Cheng explains these insane stats are because the Dongfang family fed the beast incredibly rare elixirs. Since the name Red Dragon sounds way too formal, our guy decides to just name her Crimson. The dragon growls softly, letting him leap right onto her massive back as they prepare to fly. Xiao Cheng calls the city's vice guardian to report this unbelievable new contract. Back in his office, the vice guardian yells in absolute shock upon hearing Lin Luo is actually riding that beast. Now pay close attention here, because the Dongfang family will stop at nothing to get their valuable asset back. Xiao Cheng points out that Lin Luo doesn't have a special pet space to hide the dragon, meaning they'll get caught instantly if they openly head back to the city. So the vice guardian orders her to take them to a remote base in the Black Steel Mountains. Cut to the hall, where the powerful Dongfang Wei stands before a trembling Dongfang Dong. The ancestor roars in absolute fury over the killer's escape, leaving the family's honor completely shattered. When the patriarch tries to comfort him by promising to continue the lineage, the ancestor brushes him off completely. His sole priority is the lost dragon, figuring that since it's so young, they can still capture and tame it. He orders the patriarch to use the young master's corpse to activate a secret tracking spell for their hunt. In a desolate wasteland, a bloodied and wounded Cheng curses the Dongfang family and that traitorous agent 872. A dark silhouette representing the Lord of Dark Mist appears behind her, revealing he saved her from death's door. The entity demands immediate payment for his kindness, but the white-haired woman doubts her own worth. So the shadow offers her a dragon's arm to replace her lost limb, promising it will make her stronger. In exchange, he demands she become his voice within the Night Guard and travel outside the territory to retrieve a special item. Cheng accepts the deal, becoming a follower of the Dark Lord, while Lin Luo returns to his room exhausted but satisfied. Thinking back on his trip, he remembers running into Tang Chang and picking up the prize his friend saved for him. He holds a massive stone box, a wide smile of excitement on his face. He prepares to open it, eager to see the world wonder hidden inside. Suddenly, a brilliant light bursts out, forcing him to cover his eyes. As the glow fades, it reveals a teal-colored creature with black eyes. Lin Luo stares in disbelief at this jelly-like prize, and I bet you didn't expect the system to call it a world wonder either. Come along with me to witness this absolute madness, a conceptual creature born from fused laws that swallows space and time. Our protagonist gently examines the translucent body in his hands, wondering how a legendary treasure coveted by high society could just be a living slime. Little Green, his protective penicillin elf, flutters nearby with a soft purr. Lin Luo warns the little guy to watch out, or the slime might eat him. A sudden knock on the door cuts the moment short. When he opens it, he finds Vice Guard Guo standing there. The officer chuckles as he walks in, saying those high society nobles would lose their minds seeing the boy treat this world wonder like a toy. Guo then spots Little Green, looking genuinely stunned to see the rare elf in his room. To ease the cautious creature, the old man offers a small yellow crystal, which the elf happily gobbles up. Our hero offers an apology for his lack of manners, but the old officer waves it off, inviting Lin Luo to join the city guardians. But our protagonist stands firm, politely making it clear that he has absolutely no intention of joining their ranks. Guo nods, understanding his thirst for freedom, and offers him a special guest of honor position instead of regular membership. He explains this prestigious role was tailored specifically for elite talents who simply refuse to be tied down by rules. Basically, they get a steady salary and benefits like a freelancer, without any of the boring daily duties. Now pay close attention, because besides high reward missions, this role grants complete freedom. Lin Luo admits it sounds tempting, but asks why they chose him specifically. Guo stands tall with pride, admitting he is betting everything on the young man's future potential. He even promises that as an honorary guest, Lin Luo can command guards below the Golden Realm, showing his absolute sincerity. Though ready to back down if rejected, Lin Luo surprises him by accepting. Guo happily hands over a decorative token and official appointment badge. The token allows him to mobilize Binhai city guards, while the badge contains a special hibernation barrier space for pets. Since Lin Luo did not have his own pet space yet, he finds this gesture incredibly thoughtful. Taking the gifts, he finally asks for the truth about what this world wonder actually does. The vice guard sits down, warning that even a certified genius would need ages to truly master it, since its main purpose is helping epic masters reach the legendary realm, and launching legendary beings into the mythic tier. You feel that too, right? Our protagonist is holding an item meant for the absolute strongest beings on Earth. He wonders why such a massive prize was given for a simple exam. Guo reveals that he and other epic masters stole it from deep-sea aliens. But since the artifact was heavily damaged and lost its energy during that brutal clash, the noble families agreed to let their heirs compete for it to avoid a direct war among the grandmasters. The old man laughs, picturing the absolute fury of those wealthy houses who expected to win, but lost everything to our boy. Lin Luo notes that the description mentions repairing the wonder using space-time rifts, which Guo explains are fragments of laws, like the core of a territory. These rare fragments can only be found in monster gathering zones, heavily guarded by intelligent bosses. Within the dragon realm, these deadly zones exist in outer space, deep dungeons, and the starry sea. The officer warns that those realms are far deadlier than the wild lands, but our protagonist just smiles playfully and says he was only curious. Guo then asks if he has chosen a college. Lin Luo admits he has not thought about it, so the officer strongly recommends Imperial University. He calls it the finest academy in the land, noting that the young Lord of Nine Snakes Island will be attending there as a hostage. Hearing this, our hero's eyes turn razor sharp, as he remembers that his beloved Lin Yining was exiled to that exact same island. Guo teases that the whole city knows they are a couple, but reassures him that the guards on Nine Snakes Island will keep her perfectly safe. Lin Luo asks to use the Guardian Network to send her a letter, and the officer immediately agrees to help, noting it is a simple task for an honorary member. Later that night, heavy rain pours over dark streets as a car drives by. Inside, Xiao Chong asks if the kid accepted the offer. Guo stares out the window, quietly confirming that he did. He recalls the strange little creature hovering by the boy's side, wondering if it really was a legendary elemental elf. It deeply puzzles him how the creature happily eats elemental crystals, despite not actually being a standard elemental itself. And as he peers into the night, you and I know this kid is hiding far too many dangerous secrets. Meanwhile, Binhai City has completely embraced Lin Luo's sudden fame, plastering skyscrapers with ads of selling everything from priest robes to shampoo. As he strolls through town, he jokes about charging royalties, but his peace instantly shatters when a massive crowd of fangirls spots him. Come along with me as our main character, now a local legend, gets completely surrounded by a crowd desperate to snap his picture. Chaos erupts instantly as fanatical crowds and other players bombard him with the most bizarre requests imaginable. A priest asks him how to replicate the gender swap skill used in Dongfang Hai. Others beg for autographs or advice on his legendary stomach technique to cure their own physical ailments. 3 female fans shove their way through, and one super intense girl offers to show him her belly button tattoo just to prove her absolute loyalty. Another girl literally asks him for medical advice on breast enhancement. This leaves our hero sweating bullets over the ridiculous level of rumors about him. To escape the overwhelming swarm, he activates his adrenaline skill and bolts down a quiet, empty alley just to catch his breath. Realizing how exhausting fame is, he sighs knowing he can't even buy simple supplies in peace anymore. But as he rests there, He inspects his Scarlet Furacy staff and realizes that, as a level 42nd transformation weapon, it's way too weak for his current power. Since top-tier gear isn't sold online, he wanted to browse local shops, but that plan completely went up in smoke. Watch closely now, because his quiet moment is shattered when a group of men spots him and charges right over. They shout vows of loyalty and crack crude jokes, begging him to upgrade their own physical attributes. Luckily, the gorgeous Murong Shuxian appears at the alley entrance alongside her elderly manager, Uncle Lu. She instantly stops the crowd in their tracks with a deadly serious warning. Claiming Lin Luo is on a date with her terrifies the Fsas, since nobody dares to cross the powerful Murong clan. Once the crowd finally scatters, Lin Luo offers his sincere thanks for the quick rescue. Murong Shuxian brushes off the favor and asks why on earth he's wandering around the city all by himself. After hearing that he needs to upgrade his gear, she recommends an elite boutique owned by her own wealthy family. They head inside the finest shop in the city, an elegant place packed with top-tier armor sets. While the selection is incredible, he notices a total lack of second transformation gold items. She explains how this high society market works. Silver gear is rare for normal people, while gold is reserved for elite clans who do not shop in standard stores. Seizing the perfect opportunity, she invites him to join her clan again, promising him any gold gear he wants in exchange for his loyalty. He politely declines her offer, reaffirming his desire for freedom. She admits it's a shame, but let's pause, because her next serious update about Yi Yining will shock us. This immediately grabs Lin Luo's attention, and his face darkens upon learning the girl was taken to Nine Snakes Island for a forced political marriage. Murong. Shuxian explains that Yining hid this to avoid worrying him, caught between her father's massive ambition and her own strict family duties. However, she adds that the wedding was delayed because a powerful figure intervened, forcing the groom to study at the Imperial University as a hostage. Lin Luo realizes that the city vice lord did far more for him behind the scenes than he ever could have imagined, leaving him with a massive debt of gratitude that will be very hard to repay. Murong extends her hand to our hero, explaining she sacrificed her own shot at the world wonder and shared crucial intel just to prove her sincere, loyal friendship. Lin Luo accepts the handshake, well aware that maintaining a strong bond with her is a massive strategic advantage. To seal their grand alliance, she has Uncle Lu present a chest containing a level 40 epic staff with massive spirit boosts. It also grants magic penetration, critical hits, and advanced crowd control with mental clarity. Lin Luo is stunned by the gift, especially when she confesses she took it from her family treasury just for him. He agrees to buy the staff for a friend price of 800,000 gold, using up all his gathered materials and saved funds to cover the price. With his inventory restocked with top-tier gear and consumables, Lin Luo prepares for the next leg of his journey. He travels to a massive fortress in the Black Steel Mountains to bid a final farewell to the city. Suited up in new combat gear, he mounts his crimson dragon and stares resolutely at the horizon, needing to repair the world wonder very soon. He knows he must locate the territory core, an incredibly rare resource only found in the most perilous regions. Pointing off into the far distance, he commands his dragon to take flight, leaving the region to hunt shards. Trust me, we are ready for what comes next.